bells are ringing from the words I realize were without meaning. Now I can't hear the brighter side. No, I don't know if I'll ever be the way we all remember. 'Cause there's no memory to save. Can you move on? Will you let go? How can you walk on from your echoes? My ears are bleeding from the sound of you again. It never leaves me. A melody without an end. Now I'm singing every word you ever said, and hope I'm healing from the damage that you did. Can you move on? Will you let go? How can you walk on from your echoes? What do I have to be the way you left me? What do I have to be the way you left me? Every shape that I became for you, everything you said I'd do, permanently burned inside my ears. And all the pieces that you left me, everything you said I'd be, stay alive inside all of my fears. And I don't wanna listen anymore to everything we said before. It's time to make this all just disappear. Can you move on? Will you let go? How can you walk on from a echo? My ears are bleeding from the words I realize were without meaning. I can't hear the brighter side. Now I'm singing every word we ever said. Hope I'm healing all the damage that you did. Hi. How is everyone today? Good evening. I see Starm and Zoomy dear. Good to see you both. Running errands? You got bread? Get that bread. Hi. Good job on getting your COVID shot. We stan vaccines here. been a minute. Been what, right at about a month, I think, since our last stream. As you can see, we've made some changes. I know we had changes in the previous stream. That was you know, the change in scenery. Decided to update the stream layout a little bit, make it a little bit more you know, fluid with everything else. And also, I got some really cool new art put on the walls. It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but it's a really cool painting that I got during Pride, and I got to put it up finally. But of course, also, this is the first stream back after surgery. Obviously, I did live. I'm still here. But I am excited to be back. Seems like I missed a lot, though. Just in like 2 weeks, so much has happened. We're gonna have to go over so much in the next few days. Yes, big booba. I have been, in fact, for the last 2 weeks, breasting boobily. Damn, still alive. Want to trade? I just got these. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you here, Woo Hooligan Comedy. Yeah, I just got my top surgery. I did go through the same plastic surgeon that did my bottom surgery. That was part of the team that did my bottom surgery. Because obviously I can attest to her work. And I could not be happier. I am very, very tired, however. Just all the time. Just so exhausted. I'll give you a homemade roast beef sandwich. Unfortunately, I don't eat red meat. You'll have to come up with something better. Though I will make an exception for a really, really good all beef hot dog. I rarely am live on streams, but I saw it just now and wanted to say hi. Well, hi, thank you for stopping by. Today, because I'm obviously like still tired, not really feeling the energy that I necessarily need to do our usual stuff. We are gonna go over we are gonna go over a couple of things today. But today is mostly just gonna be a chill stream. I have planned for you all something really fun and exciting. So yeah. But how y'all doing? It's been a hot minute. Last time you had an off-beef hot dog, you ended up in the ER. That's not the point, dear. It was worth it. It was a good hot dog. Yeah, turns out if you don't eat red meat for a long time, your body will just interact with it the same way that it would if you had an allergy to it, which is really cool. I can hot the dog, I just can't hot the beef dog. Don't clip that out of context. All right, well, with all of that said, yeah, I don't really have much to say as far as a preamble. You can hot my dog? Is that what you were going to say? I do really like a good like chicken dog. I have had a really good like turkey hot dog in the past. Saige can't be a glizzy gal. Unfortunately, I can't be a glizzy gal. I don't know why, but glizzy gal sounds like a slur. Glizzy gals is my favorite. Glizzy gals is my favorite punk band. All right, well, I think we can just kind of get started. So sounds like a late 2000s fashion trend toy line. It honestly kind of does. We're just gonna jump right in. So a lot has happened over the last couple of weeks. And like I said, I've been recovering from top surgery, which is not nearly as intensive as recovering from bottom surgery, but I will say I always underestimate how much energy any kind of surgery takes out of you. So I've been just kind of lazy the last few weeks, and I've been trying to save my energy, which, you know, is obviously a good thing, but it does mean that I haven't been able to talk about a lot of stuff. And so, you know, obviously there was a mass shooting recently. We had, we've been exploding as far as news coverage of things that have been going on here in the US. We've on the online front, drama just keeps proliferating. I saw the Taylor Lorenz article and all of the like drama from that, and believe me, I am going to talk about it, but it will not be on this stream, because I feel like I have a lot to say, and I only just digested everything yesterday. So I don't want to speak hastily. I want to take my time to kind of like actually think through the issue and actually think through everything and take everything into consideration before I speak anything on it. But we are going to have another stream in a couple of days, and I will talk about it then. Today I just want to address the shooting that happened last was it last week or was it 2 weeks ago? I honestly don't remember. Time is a flat fucking circle. I want to talk about the shooting that happened. I am not going to talk about the shooter specifically for the most part. I know that a lot of focus has been put on to who the shooter was, and a lot of kind of trying to guess as to what their motives were and what their like personal identity was. I've heard everything from this person was a Nazi to this person was like into a like mass shooter like group that like the whole point was just to look at and celebrate different mass shooters. I have seen that this person was trans. I have seen that this person was detrans. I have seen everything under the sun and all of the information that I can parse out. So, you know, I am obviously speaking from what I have seen in the news, and I have about as much information as anyone else does. And anyone who purports to know anything personally about this shooter is either trying to sell you something or lying, in which case, see option A. That said, my perception of things based on what I have read is that this shooting is just another example of a lot of apathy and nihilistic thinking towards the world and towards humanity, and this almost like reverence towards being recognized for doing something horrible. The people who are trying to make this into like some sort of ideological thing, I don't trust very much. And I say that for every side of this. Because from best I can tell, this does not seem like this was just specifically like a Nazi. This was somebody who seemed to, yeah, Storm, it seemed like somebody who was terminally online. Somebody who was so like completely detached from everything. But what I want to talk about around the shooting, specifically, what I want to talk about around the shooting is specifically the reaction to it, from the right. Because a lot of focus was put into the perpetrator of the shooting being trans. It is highly possible that this person was. And from everything that I can see, it looks like there is some evidence to suggest that this person was either trans, or had like detransitioned. And in either case, the fact that we are seeing someone who has detransitioned committing something like this is actually more of a point towards the way that detransitioners tend to be people who have no social support. They tend to detransition not because they're not trans, but because they don't have the support to actually keep transitioning, and they start to fall victim to a lack of social structures to take care of people. And regardless of whether or not this person actually was trans, the right has latched on to even the possibility of it, and it's actually really fucking disgusting. It's not even just that this is just another like thing that they can weaponize. It is the fact that almost immediately the right began openly being genocidal over this. I actually struggled as to whether or not I was going to show the the sources on screen, because to be honest with you, if I'm being completely 100, this shit is hard to read and it sucks. Just generally speaking, having to read any of this stuff from like another person about a group of people, especially when you're in the group that they're speaking, it's just hard. And at first I was not going to show any of these, but I think it's important, at least for the informational aspect of it all, because what I want to ensure everyone is aware of is the gravity of how people respond to tragedies like this, and especially how the people in power respond to tragedies like this, because it isn't just that a shooting happened and that people were like obviously upset about it. It's that a shooting happened, and in response, the people in power started just openly calling for a trans genocide. So this is the first image. This is from Joey Manorino, a person who is always the subject of every single one of the worst tweets. Well, let's just read it. Health and Human Services must immediately get involved and violate the HIPAA laws to forward every transgender and transgender questioning person to local law enforcement for immediate detainment until we can figure out why they keep killing children in schools. This is a matter of national security. They must be locked away and studied. Anyone enabling their transition should be immediately expelled from the medical profession. This needs to be handled by the federal government with no mercy. They need to be treated as we treat terror organizations. This is genocide rhetoric. I understand that everyone tends to like get really fucking weird over calling something a genocide, but this is genocide rhetoric. This is the start. This is what people who want to eradicate a group of people say to get eradication mainstream. Take a look at this link. What? Okay. Trump DOJ is looking at ways to ban transgender Americans from owning guns, sources say. In the wake of the Minneapolis Catholic Church shooting, senior Justice Department officials are weighing proposals to limit transgender people's rights to possess firearms, according to two officials familiar with the internal discussions. Talks, described as preliminary in nature, appear to build on an idea that has gained some currency in conservative media since the Minneapolis shooting that killed 2 children and injured 21, most of them children, at Annunciation Catholic Church. An attack that police say was carried out by a 23-year-old transgender woman. Something that, by the way, we don't actually know for certain. People have speculated this, and there does seem to be some limited evidence, but we don't actually know this for certain. Trump has issued a series of executive orders on the topics, including one barring transgender people from serving in the military and another ordering federal prisons to remove transgender inmates to facilities corresponding to their gender assigned at birth. The idea of restricting gun rights has long been a red line for conservatives, with many Republican lawmakers and gun rights groups opposing red flag laws or other policies aimed at keeping guns away from people suffering from mental health issues. So this was always, by the way, this was always a smokescreen. Republicans never actually opposed red flag laws. Republicans opposed red flag laws in a world where they might be targeted by them. They never actually opposed these. If you ask any conservative, any like regular ass conservative about this, they don't actually oppose red flag laws. They oppose red flag laws that they could be party to. Because at a deep core level, conservatives actually do understand how dangerous firearms are and do understand that the vast majority of people shouldn't have them. That said, this is just another example of what I'm speaking about. But let's continue, because these images actually get into this. From Matt Walsh, it's time to have a national conversation about common sense restrictions on transgenders. It wasn't all that long ago that anyone who identified as the opposite sex would be involuntarily committed to an insane asylum. Does anyone at this point seriously think that our current approach is an improvement? From Charlie Kirk. If you are crazy enough to want to hormonally and surgically change your sex, you have a mental disorder and you are too crazy to own a firearm. From Michael Knowles. For the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this delusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely, the whole preposterous ideology at every level. From Christopher F. Rufo. The trans cult hatched such an enormous propaganda campaign that for a number of years they were able to obscure an obvious truth, pumping kids full of synthetic hormones while telling them that they can change from boy to girl will only end in tragedy or disaster. Ask yourself a question. Are they going to be saying this about giving cis men testosterone? They're not. We should now put to rest the libertarian delusion that transgenderism is a matter of personal choice or live and let live. It's an ideology that has done grave damage to millions of Americans and has unleashed a nihilistic wave of violence on our society. Enough. Again from Joey Manarino. I'd be fine with taking away the Second Amendment rights for anyone who is transgender. I'd really, truly be fine with that. They should not really have any rights when they're walking around killing kids all the time. Today, after the mass shooting in Minneapolis, we must act. I agree with Democrats that the time for action is now, and thoughts and prayers won't cut it. We must gather lawmakers to immediately classify transgenderism as a mental illness that must be treated in an inpatient mental health facility. Anyone who prescribes puberty blockers should immediately lose their medical license. Anyone who performs surgeries to transition individuals must be immediately jailed for a minimum of 10 years. Transgenders cannot coexist in polite society any longer. This is genocide rhetoric. Okay? I need you to understand, when you are looking at these tweets, and I know what the response is going to be. Oh, you're taking a handful of tweets from people seriously. This is literally what they're trying to do. And also, it's worth noting that all of these people have ties to the administration. All of these people are close with high-level officials in the government, including the president himself. We're not talking about a bunch of nobodies crying out on Twitter. We're talking about people whose words can actually influence policy. This is genocide rhetoric. This is the type of stuff that you see said before a Holocaust happens. And people who are refusing to accept this, and people who are refusing to call a duck, if you were wondering what you would have done in 1930s Germany, you're finding out right now. I know that it feels cliche to say it, but it is completely true. And by the way, these people are going against the wishes of the actual community that's affected by this. Y'all are full of links today. The disarmament of the German Jews. The disarmament of the German Jews started in 1933, initially limited to local areas. A major target was Berlin, where large-scale raids and search for weaponry took place. Starting in 1936, the Gestapo prohibited German police officers from giving firearms licenses to Jews. In November 1938, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this. These fucking people prohibited the possession of firearms and bladed weapons by Jews. This is literally how it started. Do you guys not understand this? And I'm not saying this to try to scare everyone. I really, truly am not trying to scare all of you, because ultimately, what you should be getting from this, if you are a trans person in America, what you should be getting from this is why we have to fight these people. And if you're not a trans person in America and you're looking at this and you're saying, well, you are just crying wolf, you're making a mountain out of a molehill, this is nothing, you're just taking the words of a handful of people, need I remind you, these are people who were part of the platform of getting the president elected. These are people who are close to members of the government. These are people whose words do not just go unheard. These are not people, not randos on Twitter. These are actually influential people in the United States government. And their words, you can just take them for what they're saying. You don't have to interpret it. You don't have to say, well, you don't know what they meant. I know what they meant. They're saying it. They're saying it right to your face. I want to take away guns from trans people. And I'm telling you, this is how this starts. This is how the genocide begins. In 30 years, we're going to be looking at this time and we're going to be saying, how the fuck did no one know that we're in the middle of a genocide? The things conservatives are saying are stages 4 and 6 of genocide. They're influential enough to push into stages 7 and 8 very quickly. Exactly. We are in the midst of it. All while they do nothing else related to making mental health prevention services available, because they don't actually care about mental health prevention. In fact, mental health prevention is just a smokescreen. Not only do they not care about actually making mental health prevention services available, they actively want to genocide people who have mental health conditions as well. This isn't just a I think transgenderism is a mental illness for no reason. The reason they're using it as a mental illness, the reason they're using that language is because they want to kill disabled people and they want to kill people with mental illnesses too. We're just the group of people that they get everyone's permission to genocide before they go after others. People today still tell me that I shouldn't talk about politics. People are still not comfortable to notice that the heat is turning up. It's because they're not personally affected by it. And they don't like it when people put in their face the fact that they're affected by it. Now, I can't tell you what we're going to be seeing soon. I don't want to put in your mind that this is like the end of the world. I don't want to put it in anyone's mind that we are in like dire position right now. Because I don't want to breed doomerism, but I cannot lie to you. This is not great, and this is not putting us in a really great position. This is part of the right's genocide plan. They are telling you what they want to do. And for all of you who think that it's going to stop at trans people, it is not. They're going to go after the rest of the queer community. They're going to go after black people. They are going to go after every person of color. And they are going to go after women. Because cis women are just baby machines to them. And if you think that you're going to get out of it because you are just a cis straight white person, they're going to come for you too. And I know I sound like an insane person talking like this. I know that people are going to say, you sound like a crazy person. This is not crazy. This is somebody who is fucking terrified for their life. And the fact that people cannot see that right now is part of the problem. I need all of you to wake the fuck up to what this is. This is genocide. Yeah, you sound like an insane person as opposed to the current administration. Look, I know that I'm not the first. I'm not going to be the last person to say this. And I know that I'm not breaking new ground here. But we need to be saying this all the time. We cannot let them hide from this. Not only do people need to see this, not only do people need to actually see the consequences of their actions, they need to see what these people are saying and doing, what their plans are, but they need to not be given the opportunity to hide from it. It is imperative that anyone here who is a cis ally, anyone here who has any kind of support network, those people need to be speaking out against this. And not just speaking out, but they need to have this stuff visible. The more that we pretend that this stuff is not going on, the more we are giving in and letting them just do it. And I am not going to tell any of you that you have to get out there and protest and fight and put your lives at risk. And I'm not going to tell any of you that the best thing to do is to just run away, because that's not possible for everyone. It is not going to be possible for everyone to get out, and it's not going to be possible for everyone to just stay and fight. But those of us who can, should. Even if it is just as simple as saying something, as making people aware. It always starts with taking away the right to have a firearm. It always starts with calling it mental illness or some other kind of impurity. Because if it wasn't mental illness, it would be something else. They've tried it in every way. This is how they get permission to do it. And we cannot just give that to them. If I continue going, I'm just going to keep talking in circles. So, ultimately, what I want to leave you with is, if you take away anything from the shooting in Minnesota, take away this. None of the things that caused this shooting are going to be solved by going after trans people. And in fact, spending our time going after trans people is more likely to cause more of these things to happen, because the exact type of rhetoric and the exact type of influence that the far right has had is what leads to this. The complete and total apathy towards human life from people like that shooter that doesn't come out of nowhere, and it's not because of being trans. And listening to people tell you that, oh, well, it's not as big of a deal as you say, oh, they're not actually doing that, when you can fucking demonstrate that they're doing it, that they're saying it, that it's not just being crazy. We cannot let them get away with it. That's what you need to take away from this. This shooting cannot be used as an excuse to erase the existence of a class of people. If it were any other class of people, we would be fighting much, much harder. But we're easy targets. I don't have anything else. Go team. Do you feel that when the economy crashes, the anti-trans acceptance will rise or fall? It will definitely fall. You see, this is the thing. All right, we're gonna do the accelerationist rant. This is the thing about accelerationism that people don't actually understand, and that is that the entire ideology of accelerationism depends on people becoming the worst versions of themselves in response to the world becoming worse intentionally. The economy crashes and everything gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Who do you think they're going to take it out on? Do you think they're going to take it out on the billionaires? No, they're going to take it out on the easiest targets, which are going to be trans people, black people, and usually Mexicans. In America, anyway. Your mileage may vary. But that's exactly what they want. Total control over the flow of business and capital allows us to live in a state of constant fear and dependence on everything that the government does. And if the government is the only place that you're getting your source of information, if the only place that you're getting any information about what's going on is Fox News, is Newsmax, you're not going to be hearing about any of the bad things that are going on. You may be experiencing them, but you're not going to be hearing about why. You're not getting any actual information. You're being fed a lie. And when people start getting pissed off about everything going to shit, they're going to look to the first scapegoat that they can get. And you don't have to apologize. This is my problem with accelerationists, and this is my problem with a lot of revolutionary anarchists, is they often do not give any consideration to the consequences of what they're saying. They don't actually think about what happens in the aftermath of pushing for making the world worse in order to get to a better spot, or in starting an actual revolution. None of these people know what a revolution actually is, and they don't know what the consequences of that are. If you ask any anarchist what the plan is to prevent unintended casualties, they never have one. What's your plan to protect disabled people? What's your plan to protect the elderly? What's your plan to protect people who cannot fight? Because here's the thing that you don't realize. Man, I'm going to go off on several different rants all in one. We're going to get all of them. Here's the thing that you don't realize is that all of these fucking people who are accelerationists, but they fucking hate the military for some reason, as if it isn't going to be military vets that are training their asses on how to actually do a revolution, because those are the only people who actually fucking know how to fight. Anyway, all of the people who are accelerationists do not know and do not care about what happens to anyone other than themselves in the instance of getting what they actually want, making the world worse in order to get to a better place. Because what's not going to happen is it's not a fucking video game where we're going to see everything collapse and then people are going to rise up and take the power, and then everything's just going to be really fucking great in 2 days. What's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of war and bloodshed and a lot of people getting fucking pissed off about things that they can't control, but they are being told who to blame for it. And it's just going to cause more and more people to get violent towards minorities because they're being told that that's what's causing the problem. The billionaires are not going to be taken care of. Or rather, the billionaires will be fine. They won't be the first to go. I'm not saying it won't get there, but accelerationists cannot see what happens after the revolution or the things get worse happens, and cannot see anything in between that and the billionaires being dead. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the actual consequences of their actions. All of that is to say that yes, if things continue to get worse, people are going to go after minorities for it. They're not just going to be like, oh, I guess it's Elon Musk's fault. Let's get more Luigis out there. That's not how it works. The plan is to be smug until something actually happens. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the plan for every anarchist and accelerationist, which are not the same thing, but the Venn diagram of those things are very, very close to a circle. Look at the Iranian Revolution, a collection of leftist, anti-monarchy, and theocratic groups aligned to take out the Shah. Then the theocrats killed the leftist and anti-monarchists. Yeah, it's almost like that's the first thing that happens every single time. Ruin everything, question good stuff. Yeah, exactly. I fail to even call people who are like revolutionary anarchists or people who are accelerationists. Like, I fail to even call those people like utopian thinkers, because they don't actually have a utopia in mind. They have an idea of what they think a utopia might be, but all of their ideas to get there are filled with bloodshed. I can't believe the people doing a violent grab for power were in fact violent and continue to grab more power. Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought? Alright, well, I'm glad I got that off my chest. Don't worry, we'll be talking more about this type of thinking and these types of people in other streams. Because I am going to give you a little bit of a sneak preview of my what I feel should be a really, really lukewarm take, but is going to be a really hot one. And that's that all you motherfuckers that think leftists are like the height of moral superiority, you all are just culturally evangelicals. But that's a topic for another day. Still healing. Don't put too much on your chest. Well, I'm trying to get a lot of it off of my chest. I got enough on my chest now. A sneak preview is a treat? No, it's a threat. Sorry, I gotta save this energy for Saturday. Because believe me, when we get to talking about Taylor Lorenz and Gavin Newsom, I got a lot to say. But hey, one thing we will be doing Saturday, if I can get it to work. I can't make any promises because I am in fact going to need to get another computer for streaming at some point. Not that this one isn't good, but for the purposes of what I want to do in the future, we're going to need to have like something a little bit better. But I can tell you that Saturday, if we can get it to work, we're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid. Specifically, we're going to be playing Delta. And we're going to be doing my new favorite run type, which is croc %. the goal of this challenge is to beat the game as a crocodile. I do have some like extra rules and stuff that I'm going to be adding, and yes, we will have a timer on screen and everything, because this is going to be a speed run. Not that there's an official leaderboard, but you know, you don't need a leaderboard to speed run. If you have a challenge that you want to do, if you have a run idea, you can do it. Now follow the leaderboards. Follow whatever leaderboards that you're submitting to. But you know, you can speedrun anything you want. You don't have to be on a leaderboard. And that's what we're going to do. I'm really excited for it. Looking forward to a slew of cutscenes being made infinitely funnier. Yeah, that's the really funny part about this run, is that by definition, it's going to be hard to call it like a speed run, because one of the rules is that you do have to watch all the cutscenes, because it's funny. So happy Metal Gear Solid 3 and Silent Hill 2 got great remakes. I still haven't played Silent Hill 2. I have it. Maybe I'll make that another stream goal. I'll play it live on stream. I am also happy that Metal Gear Solid 3 got a good remake. I am like a little... I have mixed feelings on the revival of the Metal Gear franchise post-Kojima. Because on the one hand, I do think that removing Kojima from creative control of that franchise was ultimately like a good thing, because he doesn't know when to stop. But on the other hand, I really want to see Capcom's take on Metal Gear. I really wish they would just sell the IP to Capcom. They've been fucking crushing it with Resident Evil, and I really want to see what they can do for Metal Gear Solid. Really surprised Delta's keyboard and mouse controls are as solid as they are. I would know. I'm loyal to my controller. I am actually, like, having played around with it, I'm actually like really happy for what Delta ended up being, because the modern controls on it are a little jank at first, but in like a like, I'm not used to this sort of way. I came off of this playing Metal Gear Solid 2 right before, and so like getting used to the control difference is weird. But I played the 3DS version of Metal Gear Solid 3 most when I was younger. I didn't actually play the PS2 version that much. So I was already kind of used to playing the game with like more modern of a control style, because the 3DS version had like free camera control and also had like crouch walking and being able to walk in first person and shoot in first person. In a lot of ways, Delta felt like more of a HD remaster of the 3DS version than it felt of like a modernized version of the PS2 version. The only difference to that being that like Snake walks like MGS5 Snake. Like the movement is more similar to what MGS5 is like, which is not a bad thing. MGS5 has, in my opinion, the best gameplay of the series. It is the most fluidly playing game. I bought the 3DS Circle Pad Pro for that game. Samesies. That thing was butt fucking ugly, but you needed it for Metal Gear Solid 3. Honestly, I use that thing for a lot of games. Anything that had like even a slew of support for it. I remember correctly, I think I used it for Smash Bros. For 3DS. Okay. Let's go ahead and get ready for the next thing that I want to do. I'm going to get set up. I've never Metal Gear, so there's always a first time for everything. Metal Gear is a really good series. It's one of my favorites. Okay. How does everything sound? Also, by the way, before I put this on and like ruin it, I didn't say this during the intro. If you like this little thing that I'm wearing, this little headband, this was actually made for me by my girlfriend. So please show her appreciation because this is cute as hell. Okay. I can already hear the game audio out of my headphones, and I'm not even wearing them yet. So I have a feeling that this is going to be really, really loud. Okay, that's at least better for me. Cool. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with the game that we're going to be playing. I am going to be playing the game Tunic. This is going to be my first time playing it. Yes, by the way, I have 4 ears. This is a biblically accurate panda. I'm going to be playing Tunic for the first time while we do this segment. If you are thinking of like going away because we're playing games, and you're not here for gameplay, the gameplay is only going to be secondary. We're actually going to be doing something that I've been wanting to do for a while, which is going to be reading some Reddit "Am I the Asshole" stories while I play this game, and just talking about them. This is if you've never seen any of the videos like that where somebody just like reads from "Am I the Asshole?" It is one of my favorite things to do because it's just like it's both something that you can do for for like the purpose of like having a podcast or something on, but it's also something that you can do to like work your brain. Because I can never like listen to those videos without like going off on whatever's happening and having like my own opinions. I've always wanted to like do this on stream. Hi Dance Shadow, good to see you. Been a while. I've always wanted to like do this on stream. So I'm gonna play Tunic. And I'm actually gonna have a very special guest. Our very, very own lovely Wanderer. And yes, this is nepotism because she is my girlfriend. Will be playing the role of reading the Reddit stories, and we are going to react to these together. By together, I mean she's curated these for me. She has been so excited to share with me these. Okay, so we got Tunic. See, it's right here. Are you ready, love? I was waiting to make sure you were ready. Hello, hello.
Oh, hello.
All right, is everyone able to hear?
Hi, everybody.
Okay, so just to do a little bit of an introduction, we're gonna be starting this a little quieter than me, but audible. Let me don't do anything. Let me up your sound on my end.
There's nothing that I can do.
Okay, good. How is she sounding now?
Testing, testing. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now?
This whole segment's just gonna be a Verizon commercial.
I know, right? Oh, I'm so excited.
I can tell.
I have been trying to talk Saige into this for what is it? At least a month.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say you've been trying to talk me into it. It was really easy to talk me into it.
Okay, fine.
Mostly just figuring out exactly which stream was going to be the right one. So we'll do a little bit of an intro. If you are not familiar with this channel, this is not what I usually do. I usually do videos on politics, but sometimes I do videos that's just gaming on the second channel. We're getting that one started. But today we're doing something a little bit different because I did want to branch out and I did want to, do some like interesting things. And this is one of the things that I like to do. Some of the content that I like to watch, which is just reacting to some interesting Reddit stories. So I am joined today by my girlfriend, Audrey.
Hi, everybody.
Audrey has been curating for me fuck ton of Reddit stories, and she is going to read them to me while I play Tunic. Now, I have never played Tunic before, by the way, so I'm playing this for the first time while I'm reacting to these, and I'm gonna be real with you. I like might not be able to completely like multitask with this because depending on the story, I might just have to stop playing and talk. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started in the game while you get it queued up. Blech.
I have played Tunic before, so I'll be able to keep track of how you're playing and if you seem to be stumbling, and I can sort of help you keep going.
Gotcha. This is really cute, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
I love him. Okay, so I can just kind of like can move around. My buttons don't seem to do anything. Oh, this is Zelda menu rules. Okay. All right.
It is like an isometric style, like top-down Zelda game, but it also has dodge rolling and other mechanics that you will unlock and learn as you progress.
Oh. Okay, so I have stamina, but I can also dodge roll. Oh, this is a Souls-like.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, I'm about to embarrass myself on live TV. Oh god, the slowdown. Wonder I need to set the graphic settings down a little bit.
Ooh, yeah, I see that.
I don't even know if there's
Maybe
anything.
drop the resolution. Drop it to 720, and then it'll use less power.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the first story.
Hell yeah. Okay. So the first story that I have is a doozy.
A doozy, huh?
Am I the asshole for getting upset that my husband wanted to play with a friend after I fell in the shower?
Okay, there are several things that could mean. I don't see how not,
the
but
first thing you're thinking of.
I don't see how not, but let's hear them out. I don't see how this person could be the asshole, but let's hear them out.
Hi, I hope that I'm in the right place. I need help. I need to know if I'm the asshole. Me, 46 female, and my partner, 53 male, have been together for 5.5 years. We have a beautiful blended family that includes 5 children.
Oh, Jesus.
He has a very high sexual appetite. To be honest, I think he has a sex addiction. But I digress. For the past 15 months or so, we have been dealing with my spine becoming worse and worse. I had a fusion in 2021, and I just recently had a second revision fusion. This one was much worse, and my recovery isn't going very well. I'm still in a lot of pain, and I can't do much of anything for myself, my household, my children, or my hypersexualized husband. I feel like a complete failure as a partner. As you can guess, I haven't been able to quench his sexual thirst in quite some time now. He wants me to become okay with him stepping outside of our relationship so that someone else can start taking care of those needs. Permanently, I assume, as he's made no mention of until you're better. I asked what we do about getting my needs met, and he said that he was trying to, but I can't take it yet. Nothing about my finding someone to take care of me, but I don't think he cares about anyone else's needs but his own. I'm feeling so unloved and undesirable now. I don't think that he wants me anymore, and I don't know what to do. My 3 biological children see him as dad, with my daughters calling him daddy. Their own father passed away in 2020. I can't leave him. If I try to talk to him about it, we end up fighting, with him telling me that I'm not being supportive of his needs. I don't know what to do anymore. I gave in and decided that I'd let him bring a new partner into our home. Big mistake on my part. I'm still dealing with a ton of neuropathic pain in my back and legs, especially my left leg and ankle. While he was getting intimate with a total stranger, I was screaming and crying in absolute agony. At one point, I decided to take a hot shower and see if that helped. Well, my leg buckled and I fell in the shower. And I fell hard, hitting my spine that was just operated on 6 weeks ago. He came to check on me and got me to our bed and told me that he was going to tell his friend to go home. But he didn't. He was hoping that if he got me to bed, that he'd be able to massage me and get me to sleep and then go back. I'm crying in some of the worst pain I've ever. And he asks me what he should do because she was still there. And I lost it. I'm supposed to be his life partner. We have a family together. And yet it was still more important to be with a random stranger and get laid than to stay with me and take care of me. I got so angry. I'm still angry at her. He actually asked permission to go get laid while I was laying in our bed, bawling my eyes out and screaming in pain. Oh, by the way, I'm posting this from the ER. He brought me, but threw a fit about it and was genuinely upset he had to ask his friend to leave. I'm completely dumbfounded and can't believe that he would rather hook up with a stranger than take care of me and make sure that I was all right. He says I'm the asshole for being so selfish because I knew how much he needed this, and a part of him still feels like I did this on purpose. I didn't. I had major surgery, and he said he would take care of me during the recovery. I say he's the asshole for putting his sexual wants ahead of my well-being. So, am I the asshole?
No. No. 100 times no. I'm going to break TOS.
This is a little bit cut and dry.
I'm going to break TOS. All right. First of all, I really, really feel for this person with like the like, I can't leave him because like you have kids, and obviously like that is something that you have to think about, right? It's easy for me to sit here and say, well, just leave him, because like obviously that would be the preferable outcome. This relationship is over, as far as I'm concerned. Like this is a level of infidelity that I would not be able to like, that I would never tell anyone, oh, they should try to work through, that they should like even attempt to work through. And I would call it infidelity. I like, because even if like he sought permission and she gave permission, she was not giving permission willingly, to say the least. Like this was coerced.
Oh yeah, no.
In any poly, yeah, he did. In any poly relationship and in any like open relationship, the key is communication. A lot like it is unfortunate that there are enough people in the space that do think that being poly is just like the I can fuck anyone I want to pass.
Mm-hmm.
And like I like, my advice to this person would be go to a lawyer. Like stop, like as soon as you get out of the hospital, you need to like contact a lawyer. Find someone you trust who is not going to go to your husband, and contact a lawyer. But obviously I'm not going to be able to give that advice. Yeah, this one's very cut and dry.
Yeah.
I hope I do not have high hopes for Reddit generally, but I'm guessing the verdict was asshole.
Not the asshole.
Or I guess the verdict was not the asshole. That he was the asshole.
Yes, effectively. But before that, update.
Okay.
First off, wow, I did not expect this post to blow up the way it did. Thank you to each and every one of you who has commented, even those who put me down and talked worse to me than my husband ever has. I have taken a lot of time to process what you've all said. I've begun talking to a divorce lawyer.
Good.
Family and friends have to begin planning my exit strategy. I'm in the midst of a really nasty recovery right now, and I'm on disability leave from work, so it's going to take some time. My best friends are going to help me get a little revenge and be a bit petty when me and my kids leave him for good. I just wish it didn't mean also leaving my bonus kids, my stepchildren, whom I love as though I birthed them myself. However, I will be sure to make it known to the two of them that I will always be there for them and anything they may need. Just because I'm leaving their dad and I won't be living with them doesn't mean I can't still be there for them and still be the mom that they have come to love.
Absolute queen.
There will be absolutely no intimacy between us ever again. My mom comes to take my kids out to play at the park or the rec center, etc., a couple times a week. I'm going to slowly and discreetly start packing and sending off stuff to my mom's house for her to hold until I can get away from him. My late ex-husband, whom I was divorced from when he passed, was physically and emotionally, verbally abusive towards me at the end of our marriage. I never even considered that what my soon-to-be ex-husband was doing was considered abuse.
Yep.
You all really helped to open my eyes up, so thank you for that. I think it's time for this mama to be single and alone right now, so that I can focus on the well-being of my children again. Thank you all.
Good for her.
Yeah, so that's essentially the end of that story. It's, not a happy ending, but the best outcome for the situation, because that was not good.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would say there's no happy ending to be had, but the fact that she's getting out of it, like, it's ultimately going to be for the better. So,
Yeah.
Happy comes in degrees. And it is worth
She
noting that, like,
will be happy.
it is worth noting, like she said, that is a form of, like, emotional manipulation and abuse. If you are not wanting to open your relationship, and you have a partner, like, if you're monogamous and your partner is trying to coerce you into opening your relationship out of like the idea that, like, their sexual needs are not being met and they need somebody else to do it, cool, they can do it in another relationship. Like, obviously I can't tell anyone what to do, but it is manipulative and can turn into a form of abuse if somebody chooses to, like, weaponize that in order to coerce you into turning your relationship into something that you do not want it to be.
And yes, Wooligan comedy. Her original story, just asking if she's the asshole, strikes me as the long-term effects of being gaslit. You're right.
Yep.
All of that is why there is such a stigma around open relationships and marriages, because people have this preconceived notion that that's the only way anyone ends up there is if somebody was being manipulated.
And don't get me wrong, I can speak from personal experience that there are a lot of really bad fucking people when it comes to poly. There's a lot of people who don't know how to engage in relationships and who do take advantage of people through the structure that polyamory provides. But it's because of that. Like, that is exactly the reason why we have to be, like, more open to that like structure of relationship, because it's not representative of those people. And being in poly can be really, really like, beneficial for people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shall we move on?
Sure.
Am I the asshole for not letting my brother come stay with me to make up for being the golden / favorite child?
Okay, say that again.
Am I the asshole for not letting my younger brother come stay with me to quote unquote make up for being the golden/favorite child?
Wait. The OP did not want their younger brother to stay with them because the younger brother wanted to stay with them to make up for OP being the golden child?
Basically, from that title, it sounds like OP's brother is telling OP that you are going to let me stay with you because you were the golden child and I need a place to stay, so you're going to make it up to me.
All right, let's hear them out.
I, 20M, have a brother, 18M, and growing up, he always saw me as our parents' favorite kid. And I think a lot of people saw it that way. But in reality, I was the chosen child. My parents paid way more attention to me and were more involved in my life. But they didn't like me or anything about me. Instead, they tried to mold me into the child of their dreams while they ignored my brother. We were treated differently, and he thinks I always had everything I wanted when I got nothing I wanted. My parents moved me from public to private school when I was 7, even though I hated private school and I liked my old school. They said I needed the best education. My schedule was filled with extracurriculars. My parents wanted me to take, like, football, because every young man needs a team sport and the chance to be a star. Debate, because every young man needs to learn how to hold an argument and fight for what he believes in. Piano, for the sophistication, and swimming, because I needed to be more active. I didn't like any of that stuff, or at least not in that context. I like swimming, but not competitively, and I was forced to be competitive with it. I had no interest in football or piano, and when I asked not to play different things, my parents ignored me. Debate just plain sucked, and I wasn't good at it.
Imagine wanting to debate.
Actually, I know, right? And I wasn't good at it, which meant my parents actually paid people to tutor me in debate. And when I asked to drop it, they ignored me. They had a way of not even acknowledging that you spoke, even if you repeated yourself over and over. They bought me lots of clothes, but they chose everything. From my shoes to my socks, to the actual outfits. I wasn't allowed to wear sweats outside of gym or practices. Jeans had to be a certain style. I couldn't wear character shirts or wear fun socks. Even my underwear was chosen 100% by them, and I had zero say. Most of the time, they didn't even take me shopping for the stuff. They just gave it to me. I had obligations to attend. Their parties with friends where they could show me off and boast about me. I wasn't even really me. I wasn't the amazing football player who was hoping to go pro like they used to suggest. I hated every second of football, and I got more injuries because of it. Not that they cared. All the amazing grades for all the amazing classes I took, my classes were chosen by my parents, not me. And it was expected that I would get straight A's in everything and win awards. My brother never saw the time our parents berated me for 3 hours because I got C's and D's when I was 16. Because I was so fucking miserable. But they did. They told me how I needed to pull myself together, that they knew what they were doing, and I just needed to do what they said. Anytime I got something they didn't like, whether it was a book they didn't want me reading, or a poster I liked, but didn't get to enjoy at home, they destroyed it. I remember using money someone gave me and buying an Avatar Aang Funko Pop. I thought It looked cool, and I kept it in my room, and it took up hardly any space. They broke it and tossed it in the trash and said it was not the kind of thing I should have. I graduated with grades my parents hated, and we fought that day because they saw I had packed up and was leaving. When my brother saw me, he thought our parents were sending me away somewhere cool, and he told me to go fuck myself and die. In reality, I was homeless for a while. I landed on my feet once I got a trainee position at my job. I'm only now just on my feet, and none of it had anything to do with my parents. I don't have access to their money anymore, and I don't want it. The other week, my brother called, and he said he was moving in with me, and I needed to tell him where. I was like, wait, what? And he started yelling and he told me that mom and dad's golden child doesn't get a say in anything. But yes, because I need to make all those years up where I was the favorite to him. I tried to tell him all the stuff I said here, repeatedly reminded him that none of that was true, and that the times I brought up to him before, I wasn't lying. He told me he didn't believe me, and he said I needed to stop pretending, and that I'm an asshole if I won't help him because he deserves that and more from me. But I won't let him just treat me like shit. I told him that, and all he said was I was a spoiled asshole. Am I?
So that's a lot.
Yep.
As written, if assuming that everything is true, I would say not the asshole, but I would also say that, like, I need more information because I'm like, your brother just calls you up and is like, hey bro, I'm moving in with you?
Yeah. The way that I'm reading that is some of the parents' entitlement seems to have rubbed off on the younger brother.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's the case with situations like this. Whenever parents, like, neglect one child in favor of the other, they end up teaching the child they neglect the worst traits that they have.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think like, I don't know, I feel like that one's a little bit cut and dry too.
Yeah,
if everything is, like, true, because there is an element of it where I'm like, this doesn't sound real.
I disagree. I think it sounds actually very real.
I think it sounds plausible. I don't disbelieve it.
It sounds like a very wealthy family that had an idea of who their child was allowed to be. And we here know what it's like to confront our parents' imaginings of who we are supposed to be.
Yeah?
So. I think the 18-year-old brother wants to move in because the parents are neglectful and abusive in other ways towards him.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, OP is not the asshole, but also like, it's very clear that the brother is like,
just as much a victim.
It honestly sounds like both of them to some degree, to obviously, like, lesser of a degree the OP, because the OP does, like, talk about it, but it's like it does feel like a little bit like they both seem to think that, like, the other got off easy, and in reality neither one of them did. That's my take on it.
It was just hell for both of them.
Yeah. It's like, were I in his shoes, like, I would try to help the brother out, but like if the brother was just like demanding,
Well,
you're
from the
going to
way
like
that OP
you're going to make up for our parents' failure with me. No, fuck you.
I think just from the way that OP wrote this, it doesn't sound like he was unwilling to help his brother, just that he wanted his brother to understand why things were the way that they were, and not to treat OP like just a resource.
Yeah.
But yeah, I picked out some doozies.
I can tell.
Okay.
Curious as to why the 18-year-old brother wants to move in.
Oh, I already responded to that. Paco.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little slow answering comments.
That's okay. I'm keeping an eye on them for you.
Good.
Okay, here's a goofy one. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Am I the asshole for telling my family that unlike them, I don't let losers come inside me?
I don't even need to hear the rest of it. Legend.
Okay, so I am a lesbian, but that's never been an issue. My family is more upset that I'm not saddled with 1 million children and in massive debt. I'm married, and we are double income, no kids.
Okay, so far sounds like my ideal fantasy.
Exactly. Every woman in my bloodline got knocked up by an absolute loser of a man and married to him. About half ended in divorce. All ended extreme poverty and sadness. I'm the first in my family to graduate college, and no one is proud of me. No one even wanted me to go to college. My aunt in particular loves to say, I'm only where I am now because I'm a lesbian. Because if I dated men, I'd have a ton of kids like all of them. And I would have had to have dropped out of school. This, you're lucky you're a lesbian. You only have the life you have because you're a lesbian shtick, is so old to me. All the women in my family have said something along those lines to me.
I think your family's just full of lesbians.
I am where I am because I studied like crazy in high school. I got into a good college on an academic scholarship, and I busted my ass working 2 or 3 jobs while in school full time. I graduated with honors, and some nights had to sleep in my car to get it done. So I snapped, and I said, no, it's because I don't let losers come inside me. And she flipped out and said I was being disgusting and rude. I think it's disgusting and rude that she insists all my success in life is because I'm gay. She got pregnant with my cousin while she was in high school, decided to keep the pregnancy, and dropped out of school. She stayed with her boyfriend and dealt with his addiction issues and deadbeat issues. My sister says I was being an asshole. I think the hate comments I've gotten for years warrant this reaction, but I do admit it was crude, so am I the asshole?
I mean, first of all, no. Just unequivocally, no. Second of all, like, even if I want to like be civil and say like, okay, it's better to like handle this like a better way. At the end of the day, like when you are pushed and pushed and pushed like this, especially when you're being pushed and pushed and pushed for like homophobic reasons. Because let's be honest, like, regardless of like whether or not her family is like actually like saying that she is like gonna go to hell or anything, like her family is homophobic. That's just like the long and the short of it. And when you are like pushed and pushed and pushed for homophobic reasons for so long, eventually you're going to like snap back. And it just sounds like she gave them a taste of like what they've been giving her for so long.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Granted, it was rude. Like, I wouldn't say that it wasn't rude. It's just like they deserved it.
Like it's one of those situations where the people that are being abusive are saying, "Oh, but you can't say that to me."
Yeah. And also, like, now granted, I will say, like, I from her writing, I do hear like a lot of like internalized feelings about like their own like situations and choices, and like, okay, that it makes sense that that's where they're at. It's just that like I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice short one. So, palate cleanser.
Let's have a quick palate cleanser with some homophobia.
I know, right? You're welcome. Okay. Am I the asshole for denying my future in-laws' only request for the wedding, therefore ruining our whole relationship?
Okay, let's hear them out.
I need some advice on this situation from an unbiased source. Oh.
The great unbiased source of Reddit.
I know, right? Paco says that big enemy should really stop hitting you with a sword.
I agree. Transphobic, honestly.
I know, right? Me, 23 female, and my fiance, 27 male, are getting married in December. We got engaged in April, and I pretty much did all of the planning myself, with the help of my mom. In the first few weeks. From the very beginning, my fiance and I had a plan laid out for our bridal party. That was one of the first things we decided since before I had the ring on my finger, including flower girls and ring bearers. We decided that the flower girl would be my sister, who is also my matron of honors, baby, who will be pushed in a stroller down the aisle by my 10-year-old cousin, who would be considered a junior bridesmaid.
Okay.
For the ring bearers, my fiance really wanted to include his best friend's son. For context, his friend has not had custody of his child for most of his life. Long story. And it could be a little difficult to arrange his attendance.
Okay, wait, whoa. This is... What's the relation again?
So for the ring bearer, the fiance, he wants his best friend's son to be the ring bearer.
Okay.
His best friend does not have custody of his son. Apparently there's a long story behind that. They don't go into details.
Okay, so... Alright. I'll let you keep going, because the things I'm going to ask are probably going to be answered.
He will be around a year and a half at the time of the wedding. As a result, we decided that we would also have my two cousins, 5 male and 7 male, the brothers of the junior bridesmaid, be ring bearers as well. This way, it's no pressure on the friend and everything will go smoothly, whether his child can come or not. The older boys will help the younger boy walk down the aisle holding his hands. We decided on these specific children because they are closely related or close to us and of the right age. Shortly
Okay.
after the engagement, I asked my sister and my cousin, the moms of the children, if their kids could be in the wedding and gave details of what they should wear. The kids and parents both were excited. This was great, and everything was going according to plan until a few weeks ago when my mother-in-law asked us if we would consider adding another flower girl.
It's always a few weeks before, and it's always the mother-in-law.
I know, right?
I'm speaking from experience.
For context, my fiance's brother / best man, 24 male, lives across the country from us and has recently told us around 4 months ago that he has a new girlfriend, 21 female. This girlfriend has a child from a previous relationship, female, 10 months. They have now known each other about 7 to 8 months. He is very serious about her, and we are very happy for them. He has taken a sort of father role in the daughter's life, which is adorable. He is expressing interest in marrying her in the future, but they are taking it slow. My fiance and I have never met this girlfriend or her child, but we are thrilled for his brother. So we of course invited them both to the wedding. Now this is where things get a little messy. I have always gotten along great with my fiance's family. They have always been so sweet, kind, accepting, and well-meaning. That's a very
choice word.
Yeah. They welcome newcomers with open arms, including me, and have really become my family. I especially had a great relationship with my mother-in-law. She is the sweetest lady and would do anything for me and any of her children. She lives very close to us, and my family lives far away. She was always the first to say that it's our wedding, meaning mine and my fiance, to encourage me to make my own decisions in wedding planning and not let my mother sway them. She has become like a mother to me in so many ways. With that being said, they are also very loving and accepting of my fiance's brother's girlfriend and her baby from afar, which is great. I'm so glad that they are so supportive. They even started calling her baby the first grandchild and flew across the country to meet them. With this context in mind, a couple of weeks ago, when my mother-in-law and I were hanging out, just the two of us, she asked me if I would consider adding the girlfriend's baby as a flower girl. She said fiance's brother keeps bringing it up and that it would be really cute. I politely told her
Fiance's brother's girlfriend keeps bringing it up. Anyway.
Yeah. I politely told her that we already had a flower girl in mind, my niece, and a junior bridesmaid assigned to push her in a carriage. She responded by saying, "What's one more?" She'll probably be able to walk by herself down the aisle by then, 14 to 15 months. I kind of just said I would think about it with my fiance and changed the subject. Later on, I told my fiance about it, and we both agreed it wasn't a good idea because, one, we already had the role filled, and it would be sort of awkward to have a baby randomly walking next to the stroller with the other baby. And two, If she needed help walking, it wouldn't be easy for the 10-year-old to juggle the two kids down the aisle. And 3, we have never met her, and she might not be comfortable walking down the aisle of a wedding where she knows nobody. And 4, they aren't married. And worst case scenario, if they break up, she'll be in all of the pictures. I know that sounds harsh, but I come from a family where traditionally, if you're not engaged, you don't get a +1, no matter who you are. I'm not following this rule, and everyone's significant other is invited, but that doesn't mean they get to be in the wedding. My fiance and I were on the same page about this. We agreed to keep the bridal party as it was. He talked to his brother and essentially told him it was a no, and everything was fine, and everyone was on the same page until the other night. We were at mother-in-law's house again, but this time my fiance was there too. Once again, mother-in-law brings up the flower girl thing, and my fiance tells her that we already have the position filled, and that's that. But then my mother-in-law tells my fiance how much it must mean to his brother, since he keeps bringing it up. This brings out the empath in my fiance, and he starts to have an open mind about it. Meanwhile, I'm still against it, and I start to say so with some of the reasons I listed above. My mother-in-law points out that all of the children in the wedding are from my side, except the one, and that their side doesn't have any representation. Meanwhile, this is because there are no children on his side. She also points out that there are 3 little boys in the wedding, and why can't there be 3 little girls? At this point, she's convinced my fiance, and I'm an island. I'm still defending my position alone. She wasn't being rude or anything, but every reason I have, she seems to have a rebuttal. She's saying things like, they will get married one day anyways, and she's already part of the family. Then I start saying, we will think about it. And she's like, so that sounds like a no. And I was like, we will consider it. She said it was awkward, and I was about to cry, so I changed the subject. The whole time I felt like I looked like a major asshole. It was really bad. My fiance has since apologized to me for being open to the idea in front of his mother when we had decided against it. From what he believed about his mother, he figured she would just have an open conversation with us and not try to push her way. I figured it would not go that way. Later that night, he called his brother and told him it was for sure no, and we had already asked other people. His brother was sad but understood. I felt really bad and guilty for making my fiance feel bad. In hindsight, I really should not have, because of what followed afterwards. This is where my previous post left off. A lot happened to us in the last few days. Oh, apparently this is a follow-up for a different post.
Oh. Already
Okay.
integrated update. Okay. Well, before we do the update.
Yeah.
As written, weddings are always really difficult because it's like I am a firm believer that when you are doing wedding planning, you should include the perspectives of both partners. It shouldn't just be it is not just like the bride's wedding. It's not just the groom's wedding, or so on and so forth. I'm a firm believer of that, but that also extends to if you are not the bride or the groom, or the bride or the bride, if you are not the people getting married, you don't get a say in the wedding. And if they say no, they say no. It's fine to ask most times, but like what they say goes. And if they've already decided it, then like stop pushing it. Is my perspective. Like how this should have ended, it should have been hey, what do you think about doing this? No. Okay. And then that should have been the end of it. I don't need to know about the family politics to say that like this person's not the asshole. And again, I'm a little bit biased because I'm speaking from personal experience, having been on the same side of this as OP, where like I've planned a wedding or been involved in the planning of the wedding, and also have had like last minute stuff come up and conflict with the in-laws over that kind of stuff. In my case, I ended up just basically eloping after it became too much. And if the mother-in-law is not careful, like she's gonna end up getting herself uninvited to the wedding, or they're gonna just elope.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I haven't been married, so I don't know anything about that, but the way that I see it is a matter of consent between the two people getting married. So it's 2 yeses or 1 no.
Yeah. The fuck is this bone-ass fucking Ghastly? I'm sorry, bone-ass Haunter. Okay, do I want dynamite or do I want potion? I want dynamite. I want to blow things up.
I mean, he's a merchant. You could get both.
Oh. No, I can't. I'm broke.
Well, there you go.
All right, on to the update.
Could, not that you can. Okay. So. A lot has
Safe travel,
happened in the
Storm.
last few days. Bye, Storm. I was worried immediately after that conversation that his mother would tell his brother that my fiance was for it and I was against it while we were at her place. My fiance said that he knows his mother well and that she wouldn't do that. The next morning, his brother calls him.
Oh, fucking mama's boy. Never marry a mama's boy.
Yeah, I know, right? The first words out of his mouth are, "After our conversation last night, I talked to Mom, and she said that you were wanting to have her as the flower girl, and that your fiance wasn't." Just as I thought would happen. And he goes on to say, "As your brother, I want to make sure that you get what you want since it's your wedding." I was pissed. My fiance told him that we would still talk about it, but that we had already agreed not to have her as a flower girl, and that he should not have seemed so open about it last night. The whole day we discussed it. I felt like an asshole and was tempted to cave just to keep the peace. But the only reason my fiance was wanting it was because it meant a lot to his brother. But the conclusion we came to was that it's not his brother's wedding. So we called him up a few hours later and we told him for the 3rd time. He was upset, but at least it was over. Or so we thought. He texted again the next morning, again expressing how hurt he was by it. But at this point, we were like, the decision is made. It's our wedding. Please get over it. And then, my fiance's brother enlisted their mother. She calls my fiance and basically attacks him for almost an hour on the phone. My fiance did a great job of sticking up for us and sticking to his guns. His mom went so far as to say that my relationship with his whole family will forever be affected by this decision. That one hurt. And that my fiance's relationship with his brother will forever be altered. At this point, this is all going way too far. we ended up talking to my fiance's sister and found out that his brother no longer wants to be best man anymore, and that neither of them want to speak to us for a while. They said that this won't be resolved until we give in. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I mean, there you go. Uninvite them.
I mean,
At this point, I would have already blocked the brother, to be honest, but, and the mom.
this is just manipulation.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's 100%, like, this is emotional and, like, psychological manipulation. It is leveraging, like, familial ties in order to get what you want. And it's, like, it's scummy. It's always scummy. And even if, like, you know, obviously, you don't have to like the OP or like anything like that, but like at the end of the day, even if somebody wants to like take the opinion that like the OP like did convince the fiance to like give in to her like wishes as far as like the wedding party, that's like between the two of them to decide. And again, when you are like involved in a wedding, the people who get to decide on what happens are the two people getting married and no one else. And as soon as they say no, you say okay.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that part, but it's
Well,
their wedding.
Well, yeah, because like weddings, this is why I get like this is why I'm like so black-pilled on weddings so much of the time. Weddings are performance in a lot of ways. They're treated as performance in a lot of ways when they really shouldn't be. Like they should be a celebration of like two people like spending the rest of their lives together and making like a celebration of their like commitment to each other. But instead it's like it's always a show for sometimes it's a show for the people getting married, and oftentimes it's just a show for the people who are not getting married to look good and exert power over the people who are getting married.
Yeah.
At the like, I have been in obviously not like the exact same position, but I have been in a similar position, and at this point, I already eloped. At this point in my version of the story, I already eloped, and they didn't get a chance. They were called and they were told, "Hey, we are getting married on like today, at this time. You can be there or you cannot." And my parents were told the same thing.
Okay, now to finish it, this doesn't even feel like a real situation, to be honest. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. We're definitely not going to give in. At this point, all that would tell them is that if they push hard enough, they can manipulate us. It just really hurts because we had such a great relationship before this.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You
No.
didn't have anything that they wanted bad enough.
Yeah, you just no. It's not. It's like you didn't have a good relationship to begin with. You had a a relationship that had not experienced dysfunction yet.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm getting actual like flashbacks.
So, the top comment,
Okay.
brother-in-law wants to propose at the wedding, 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. Brother-in-law like wants to propose at the wedding.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is just an excuse for him to do that. He's going to like Also, I just want to make this 100% clear to everyone watching. Don't do that. Don't propose at weddings. Don't propose at weddings. Don't propose at baby showers. Don't propose at an event that is not yours. If you want to propose to your partner, do it. Good. Have a grand old time. Go ahead and write their name, pay to have their name written in the sky and say, "Will you marry me?" and videotape it out in the middle of a giant public park. Don't do it at someone else's event. You're an asshole. Unless you've gotten explicit consent from the people involved.
Exactly. That was going to say the only exception is if the other people, the people whose event it actually is, are not only explicitly consenting, but enthusiastically consenting. Like they want you to do that there.
Yep.
If it's just I guess you can if you really want to, don't do it.
Yeah, no. They need to enthusiastically consent, and I'm still going to judge them. I'm still, to be clear, I'm still going to judge them for saying yes. They don't get a free pass. They're still weird people to me for letting you do that.
Yes, see, Paco, yeah. I proposed to my wife after my cousin's wedding at a lake. When it was just the two of us. After we left the wedding. That's it. That's how you do it.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. Be like Paco.
Okay, so
that's how I want to be proposed to. At a wake. At a wake. At a lake. At a lake after my cousin's wedding.
So not after a wake.
Actually, I want to be proposed to at a wake, specifically at my own. Just posters of my grandmother everywhere. We're just telling stories, and then suddenly you get down on one knee.
We'll get you your own Smosh style funeral roast where you can get proposed at.
Yeah, there we go. Promise?
Okay. I'm not making any promises. I was just pointing out an idea.
All right, well, people online heard you say it, so it's gonna happen.
Oh, so that's how that works.
Yeah.
Are you specifically telling me that you're not gonna propose to me now?
We'll see.
Exactly.
It was our fifth anniversary of dating. That's sweet.
Oh. Okay, so this one gets crazy.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Am I the
We're getting a little wacky.
We're getting a little wacky.
Time to crack open a cold one. LaCroix. All right. I'm ready.
Okay. Am I the asshole for not telling my older sister about our parents moving houses after she left us?
Okay, you had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
I, 19F, and my sister, Sarah, 22F, have not been on good terms recently.
I can tell. You're on Reddit.
She and my parents got into a fight about something I was never told about, and she left, blocking everyone in the family, including me. I then had to deal with a depressed mother and stepdad for years, until they decided to move the houses. I helped them pick out the place, and helped them move in and decorate. I had already moved out at this time for college. Well, Sarah recently tried to get to my parents' old house to talk. she was met by strangers. She eventually unblocked me, saying how embarrassed she was and how hurt she is that we all moved on. I responded with the following. You left us after an argument and didn't talk to us for 3 fucking years. And no, Mom and Dad haven't moved on, as Mom still cries about you, and Dad still laments that he could have done better in that argument, and that he wished it would all be better soon. So sorry we moved on after you blocked us. She starts saying how she wants to make things right. I told her, maybe unblock Mom and Dad first instead of me. And then I blocked her. But now I feel like I went too far, and I'm just wondering, am I the asshole?
As written, no. Obviously, okay. Like I think there's more information to be had. Like why did the like 3 of them get into a fight? What caused everything to happen? Obviously, like we're hearing this from OP's perspective, but like if they got into like an argument, like the sister didn't leave for no reason. We just don't know what reason it was. So I can't make like a super definitive judgment without knowing that. Unless like more information happens, but like as written, I would say like not the asshole, but I would need to like know more.
Okay. Well, you're about to get more because here is the update.
Okay. I'm ready. My body is Reggie. Sorry, I'm dating myself.
I love you so much. Okay. Am I the asshole for not telling my sister my parents moved, even after she abandoned us? Update. For fuck's sake, I'm tired. It's only 8:27 p.m. in New York, but fuck's sake, I'm exhausted. Okay. So my mom called me saying, oh, good news. Sarah has reconciled with us. And I was like, oh, cool. Does she want anything? Like money? She said, no, she doesn't. But she's coming to my birthday party tomorrow, so that's good, right?
Wait. I'm like, I don't know if I like OP or not, but I certainly know that, like, don't invite someone to someone else's birthday party.
Oh, no, this is... The mother invited the older daughter...
To OP's birthday party.
Older daughter. No, to the mother's birthday party.
Oh, to the mother's birthday party.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's her choice.
Yep. So OP goes... I was silent for a few seconds before saying, yep, sounds great. Listen, Mom, I gotta go. I'll call you in the morning. And after we hung up, I just sat there for like 3 minutes. I know I should feel excited Sarah is back, but I just feel angry as fuck. But I'm also curious now. To the user who said, I lack curiosity, you have foreshadowed this event in my life, you wizard. Referring to a comment in the previous post. So I cracked and unblocked Sarah and asked. She said, I left home because Mom and Dad didn't approve of me dating Simon. I asked, Simon who? I asked this because I have an ex with that name. She said, Simon Morris, your ex.
Wait, are we actually doxing the guy? I hope not.
My fucking ex, who dated me when I was a minor and he was 18.
I want to be shocked.
Yep.
Wait.
I blew up.
Wait, he was.
Wait,
okay. He was 18. How old was she though?
I don't know.
Oh God, I don't want to be the streamer that gets into this. Fuck. All right. I'm gonna like set aside for just 1 second because I'm gonna have to speak to a little bit of like the more sensitive of my audience real quick. There is nuance to a question of like me being like someone being a minor and then like the partner being like 18 or 19. It really depends on what the age of the other person is and also when they met. So before we just jump to calling like someone a PDF file, those things are important. Either way, bad taste. But dating your
dating
your sister's ex, yeah.
bad enough.
Yeah, dating like that's in bad taste. But let's just go. All right.
Okay. So I blew up and sent the following message. In all caps, my ex who fucking cheated on me and dated me when I was a minor, the ex who I complained about all of the time to you, who I cried about to you, you heartless bitch, do me a favor and fuck off out of my life, and I blocked her immediately.
Okay. That's my thought.
Yep. My mom called me crying 20 minutes ago, saying Sarah was hurt and that I need to give her a second chance. I said I was hurt because she had betrayed me. Then a horrible thought popped into my head, and I asked her, Mom, did you and Dad tell her to block me 3 years ago? She said yes. 3 whole years of blaming myself for her leaving, of feeling unlovable, and it was all their fault. I didn't ask why Mom told her to block me. I just said, see you tomorrow, and I hung up. I'm still gonna go so I can confront Sarah on why she did it. I am mad at my entire family, but seeing how Sarah leaving hurt my parents, I couldn't bear to put them through that again. That does beg the question of why my mother was so upset and why my dad wished he'd approached it differently. I'm going to sleep now. So that's part 2.
I love dysfunctional families.
Hi, Wolfie.
Welcome, Wolfie.
How you doing, Crystal? We have Audrey on The Voice today, reading out stories to Saige.
Yeah, we're reading Am I the Asshole stories, and it turns out there's a lot of assholes.
Who'da thunk it?
You know what they say. Everyone's got one. Edit that out. Whichever one of us edits this.
Okay. Update to sister abandoning us for my file type X.
Okay, again, I need to remind everyone because this is the framing of this story. When one partner is 18 and the other is a minor, it really depends on how old the other partner is and when they met. Before we start jumping to the PDF allegations.
Yeah, there's a lot of context that can be reasonable.
Clip it and ship it. God, okay. I can't wait for the reaction videos to Saige defending pedophilia.
I know, right? Okay.
I'm
losing my fucking mind.
I shouldn't say that.
I'm losing my fucking mind. For context, later, when I'm when I'm overwhelmed, I have two reactions. I either cry uncontrollably or laugh like a maniac. Anyway, on to the post. I took a little break from my phone and got banned temporarily, so that's why I haven't updated. I had a mental breakdown during the night and cut my hair. Luckily, my roommate Kelly is training to be a barber, so she fixed it and gave me a really cute bob. She also came with
my
me to the
ruling
party.
for this entire situation is therapy for all involved.
Oh yes, OP needs therapy badly. She is cracking. I wanted to get answers as I found it strange Sarah went for Simon after everything I went through. I walked into the yard where the party was, and my mom was like, "Oh, Gabby, you cut your hair. It looks so nice. I wasn't sure if you were going to come." Sarah was right next to her, so I said, "Of course, I don't abandon family," and looked her in the eye. I walked away with Kelly to other families so I could talk to them. Eventually, Kelly was distracted talking to people about hair, and I saw Sarah go to the bathroom, so I followed her. I locked the door behind me and started asking her questions. She tried apologizing, but I told her I don't want to hear shit about apologies. I want the truth. And she told me that she had been jealous of all the attention she got from friends and family when everyone in my life.
What are the ages of these people again?
The older sister is 22, the younger sister is 18. OP
Yeah.
is the younger sister.
Yeah, that checks out. Okay.
Yeah.
This I was like, this is a very written by an 18-year-old post, but let's keep going. No judgment.
She thought no, just it is.
Just
She thought that if she went through what I did, then she'd get attention. So she went after Simon. He then became a piece of shit. He secluded her, wouldn't let her have friends in contact with most people. And then he died and she got out.
what the fuck? We're just dropping that casually? All right.
I just started laughing like an insane fucking bitch. I walked out of the bathroom and my dad had heard everything. He said I was horrible for my reaction, that I should have basic respect and empathy for Sarah after everything she's been through with that asshole.
I need to know more about the parents, because I'm like, why are both of these girls like fucked up?
I know, right? I said my empathy died with Simon and barged past him. Kelly found me walking across the yard, laughing as though I should be in a psych ward. And hell, maybe I do. Maybe I'm a terrible person. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I'm just tired. Who knows? She took me back to our apartment where she let me cry into her shoulder for a while. Like, a long while. And then she put on my favorite horror movie, Scream 2. And then we just watched that and ate ice cream. I really love her.
I really hope
So
this
that's
post is
update.
real, because I am immediately thinking that it's fake. But regardless, these people need therapy. Intensive outpatient therapy and family therapy, and probably just like, I don't know, probably physical therapy too. Like, let's just get as much of them. Let's cover as many bases as possible. Psychotherapy, physical therapy, massage therapy.
Okay, so the top comment is...
Wait, what?
What's that?
I was just reading the comments. Reading chat. Wait, what? That was my reaction.
Oh, yeah. So top comment, laughing might have just been your brain's way of short-circuiting from how absurd and twisted it all was. OP replied, my brain always does that. When I was told my grandfather died, I laughed while Sarah cried. Next reply to that, Have you ever enrolled in therapy? Maybe talking it out with a therapist would give you some answers on why you'd react differently. Probably because of trauma you have. OP says, Kelly recently convinced me to book an appointment. I have a meeting on Tuesday. Reply to that, Kelly sounds like a good egg. OP replied, I've never heard someone be called a good egg, and now I have, and I'm happy. So...
Just letting Audrey know Alien is way better than Scream 2. I haven't seen Scream 2 in long enough. I recently saw Alien within the last year and a half. I have not seen Scream 2 in probably 15 years, so you know what? I'm just going to trust your judgment on that.
I've never watched either.
Girl. All right, you've got movies. You've got movies you're going to show me. I'm going to have to like make you sit through all of my backlog of horror movies.
Yes, I've been trying to get you to do that with me. Come on. Get with it.
All right. Fine. Server nights. We're going to do like watches of horror movies because it's almost spooky month.
Okay.
Anyway.
The end of that epic.
Okay. So to recap. OP's sister stole her pathetic excuse for a boyfriend out of jealousy because I don't know, I'm getting like both of these people were like fucked up as kids.
From the way I hear it, OP had a relationship with this really trashy, disgusting, horrible guy who was 18 dating what was probably a 16-year-old at the time.
Yeah.
And he was really
tale as old as time.
Yeah, and he was really horrible to her, and she was really unhappy. And because she was unhappy, OP was getting a lot of attention, and OP's sister was jealous of that attention, so decided to date OP's ex once they broke up.
I gotta be honest with you, like this sounds like the plot of a slasher movie. I think OP. Oh, that's fucked up. I think OP then went on to become Ghostface.
Oh, there you go. I mean, Simon did die.
It's true. God, okay. Simon dying was the biggest plot twist of the century. That was like
right?
That was like an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist.
Like no fanfare, nothing. Just anyway, he died. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Oh, yeah.
How are you enjoying the game?
I think I'm ready to tackle Dark Souls.
Hell yeah.
I think I'm officially the best Dark Souls player of all time.
I love you so much. Okay, back to reading.
God, don't be gay on my stream.
I will be whatever I want.
Don't be gay in front of my parents. Died under mysterious circumstances.
Okay, next story. Am I the asshole for telling my sister that if she has a problem with how I'm raising her kid, she can raise her herself?
I need to hear more.
I, 19M, live at home with my parents, my sister Ruth, 24F, and her 1.5-year-old daughter, Scarlett. Names changed for privacy reasons. Ruth isn't exactly the greatest mother. She does do whatever Ruth wants to do, and Scarlett's more of an afterthought for her. My parents and I are basically raising Scarlett at this point, and when Ruth decides she wants to be a mother, she gets involved. I don't love it, but I have taken on a lot of responsibilities with my niece because I want her to have the best life possible and positive influences to guide her. Yesterday morning, my niece was calling for me when she woke up from a nap. So I did the usual routine of changing her, reading to her, and then getting her a snack. About halfway through her snack, Ruth comes downstairs, and when she noticed that I had given her bananas, she got mad and said I shouldn't feed her bananas because she'll just mush them into her high chair tray, and then it will be a bigger mess to clean up later. Said that it would make her life harder later, and that I'm annoying. I told her if she's got a problem with how I'm caring for and basically raising her child, that she could start looking after her herself. And that, let's face it, she probably wouldn't even be cleaning up the bananas later. She got mad and said that I have no right to judge her parenting, and that I don't know how hard it is being a single parent. Am I the asshole for telling my sister that if she has a problem with how I'm raising her kid, she can raise her herself?
I mean, I'm going to be like a little bit biased on like situations like this because I've also been like on the OP's like side of this, or at least I've been close to the OP side of this a handful of times. And so it's like I know situations like this can happen, and I have like I've like witnessed it firsthand.
Oh yeah, so have I.
So it's like I kind of get it. Like, is it like the best way to handle a situation like that? No, like obviously, like I think someone's got to have an intervention with this girl, but like, I mean, she's not wrong. Like if you're not taking care of your kid and somebody else is taking care of your kid for you, and then and you don't get to like assert like parental privilege over doing something if you're not the primary caretaker. And like at the end of the day, being in a situation like that, the way to handle it is to say, okay, I won't do this thing, but you have to be like the primary, like I'm mostly doing all of the work here and you have to be the primary caretaker. And if you're not going to, then don't direct me on what to do. Like take an active role in your child's life or don't. But I mean, that's just how I look at it.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you. It's if someone isn't going to be a parent, they don't get a say in how their child is being raised.
Yeah.
Like,
what was the verdict?
Not the asshole.
Okay.
Top slot comment. You have no right to judge her parenting. What parenting? The parenting she avoids like the plague? Not the asshole, but don't be naive. This situation is unstable for all of you because your sister is unstable. It's time to record and collect proof of her parenting because she seems like one of those people who will weaponize their child.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I am saying I know that this Redditor has been waiting for this story. They're just like, they're ready. Let me give advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where I honestly think that they're right. This is the type of parent who will have others take 100% control of, like 100% raise their child until they need something or want something and want to manipulate, and then they'll take their child away from that stable influence.
Oh yeah,
Out of
I've
punishment.
literally been on like that. I don't want to like give too much information for privacy reasons, but I've literally been there.
Yeah.
It that's how it always goes. It's like somebody who is not like ready to be a parent, who, you know, unfortunately gets into that situation, and like obviously like, you know, not to say that somebody like shouldn't be a parent, but somebody who's not ready to be a parent gets into that situation and does not want to like actually like do the work of being a parent, but they also don't want to like, they don't want to have the hard discussion of like not being a parent, like choosing not to be a parent.
Yeah, like
Because that's
giving
okay.
up custody or yeah.
Like it is I need to make it clear, like it is okay if you are not ready to be a parent and you choose not to be in like a manner of different ways. If you choose to give up a kid for adoption, or if you choose to get an abortion, or if you choose to like you know, allow other family members to raise your child, and you have like, you know, a less like direct involvement in their life, like those things are okay for you to do, as long as it's what's best for the child and as long as it's what's best for you. But you have to own those decisions. You can't like have it both ways. You don't get to like be a parent when it's convenient.
Yeah, 100%. If you're not ready to be a parent and you have your child being raised by someone else, let that other person be the parent.
Yep.
You have to give up your rights to that.
Counterpoint.
You do not get to have
Don't
your
wanna.
freedom and like take control.
I'm happy just being everyone's favorite gay aunt for now. Same. I unfortunately will never be anyone's favorite gay aunt. That'll be always be my sister.
What are you talking about?
Look,
That's me.
I mean, yeah, it'll be you. I'm just saying, my sister's the fun one. I'm the pretty one.
Oh come on, you are very fun.
It's fine. My sister is fun and pretty.
Okay.
I am the pretty one though.
Are we ready?
I am always ready. Wait, do it? Is that a tuning fork? And yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Am I the asshole for saying, if my wife wants to be a trad wife, then she must always look her best, wait on me, and provide sex without question when asked?
Okay, that depends. Do you want your wife to be a trad wife? Because if yes, then you are the asshole. But if no, get her ass. Anyway, let's hear them out.
I'm 35 and my wife is 40. We've been together 15 years. The last couple of years, she's really fell down the trad wife black hole, and it's driving me crazy. At first, it started off with her saying she doesn't want to work anymore, and lately it's escalated to saying men who make their wives work are abusive. We both have well-paid jobs. I'm a self-employed builder with a team and earn around 100K or 100 pounds a year. 100K pounds a year.
Fucking British.
Yeah, exactly.
Already the asshole. Asshole, British. Anyway.
She works in management for the NHS and earns around 50K pounds a year. We both work. I guess I
Oh,
should say.
wait. It's easy to
work
see how she
for
fell
her.
down the tradwife pipeline then. She's working as a manager in the NHS. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
I guess I should say worked for her really hard and have no kids, and 3 years ago managed to pay our mortgage off and lived a nice life, lived in a nice enough area where I would have happily stayed forever. She, however, suddenly wanted a massive house that we didn't need. I should have saw what was coming. She was looking at £700,000 houses, which would require a mortgage and £500,000 after we sold our house. I gave in, and we bought a house. She then wanted a new car, which, again, I caved to, and she got a car that was worth more than she earns in a year. She then decided she didn't want to work anymore.
What she wants is a sugar daddy.
Hold on. Don't get ahead of me. She said her job was crap, and I said, take a lower paid one then, that you'll enjoy more. She said no. She just doesn't want to work. Full stop. She also doesn't want to give up anything that she has. Over the past couple of years,
all right, comrade.
It's been obvious that she's been trying to lose her job without leaving, despite me saying that I couldn't afford the house and car and holidays on my own. She started bringing this trad wife crap up, but said she'd want to hire a cleaner as the house is too big for her to clean alone, and she prefers my cooking to hers, so I'll still do all the cooking. So I said, you basically want to dress up pretty and bake the odd cake. She stormed off and said, I just don't get it. She again brought it up yesterday, and I said, fine, she can do it, but she's got to get up before me, make sure my breakfast is ready, like in the videos she watches. She's got to be dressed as a sexy version of a 50s housewife, like in the videos she watches, from the moment I open my eyes to the moment I close them. The house must be spotless at all times, like in the videos that she watches. I want huge, packed lunches for me for work, like in the videos that she watches. I want to come home and have beautiful pies and cakes ready for pudding, like in the videos she watches. I want a bath ran for me when I get in, and then come down to a proper meal every night.
Get her ass.
In the videos she watches. Then I want a foot rub while I eat the cakes and pies that she makes, like in the videos she watches. I also want sex on demand. How I want it, when I want it, like in the videos. She called me abusive, a user, sexist, etc., and stormed out to her equally delusional sister's house. I'll be honest, I'm ready for a divorce if this carries on. Am I the asshole?
No, divorce her. Divorce her, and actually, no. Play the long game. Get the house, get the car, divorce her, and then take it.
No, that's the thing. They have the house. They have the car.
Oh, yeah. Divorce her and take it. Take all of it. Or make her sell it.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking get her ass. As far as I'm concerned, like this is what being gender critical does to a motherfucker, by the way.
Oh, I know, right?
Oh, god damn it.
This is what happens when you lose gender equality.
Yeah. My thought on this is honestly, I don't even think that he did anything wrong. This is how I would react. No, fuck you. If you want to be a trad wife, be a trad wife. But you don't want to be a trad wife. You want to be a sugar daddy. You just want you want to be a trophy wife and you want to have a lavish life paid for you by a man who does everything for you. And sorry, that's not how marriage works. Marriage is fucking like 50-50 is the saying, but like marriage is give and take. And if you don't want to be like a partner in that relationship, you have to be like willing to say, you know what? I'll even say it. What you want, I think it is fucking valid to want to have your like fucking lavish ass life where you never have to do anything and you never have to work and you have like all your meals made for you and everything. I also want that, comrade. We should rise up and ensure that everyone's fucking house and meals and shit are paid for, and stop giving in to the delusions that one should have to work a job that they don't want to have food on the table. But no, that's not what this is about. You just want to be a freeloader.
Yep.
On your husband. Like, fuck it. I hope he divorces you, and I hope he takes everything.
You ready for the update?
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Update. Put it into my veins.
Okay. I'd like to answer a few questions from my first post before an update.
Fine. Blue ball me.
No, my requests were not serious, and I can't believe how many people thought that they were. It was me trying to prove a point of how ridiculous she is being. Like I said in the comments, I don't want a maid or a slave. I want a partner.
That's because you're a beta cuck. That's because you're a cuck beta male.
Oh.
Sounds a little fruity to me. You want a partner?
Okay.
What are you, gay?
What do you want this? To be equals? Okay. Before my wife got on this train, she was very ambitious, career-driven person who wanted to climb to the top. She was never really on social media until the pandemic. The trad wife thing started a couple
Make
of
sure
years
you
ago.
make sure that that gets like edited in with a dun 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 sound effect.
A lot of people suggested couples counseling.
Oh no, don't even couples counsel. Skip the therapy, go straight to the divorce court.
I've asked many times and always got the same response. I don't need counseling. There's nothing wrong with me.
Oh.
This is the person that desperately needs therapy.
The only people who say there's nothing wrong with me, I don't need therapy, are people who need intensive therapy.
On to the update.
Let's go. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Okay. We spoke Saturday morning, and I told her that I can't go on like this. I said to her bluntly, the trad wife thing is never happening, and she either accepts that, and we go to couples counseling, or we split up. I don't dance around her bullshit. I'm done.
Good for you.
Chose to split up. I asked her if she even really wanted to be a trad wife, or if she's just trying to force me away, like she's trying to force her job to sack her, because she doesn't have the balls to quit herself. She said yes she does, and there's plenty of dating sites that cater to this dynamic. I told her...
Oh, please, go on Christian Mingle. The Christian Mingle arc.
And they are more sugar daddy dynamics, and without being horrible, she's too old for that.
I mean... yeah. He's not wrong. He didn't have to say it, but he's not wrong.
This set her off. She said I'm wrong and that I'm the one who can't support my wife, so I'm the bad one in the marriage, and a real man would be able to give her the life that she wants. She was shouting and screaming this at the top of her lungs. It's about the only time I've been glad to be in our new house so the neighbors don't hear. I got a bit petty at the real man comment and said, "You can't cook, you can't clean, and you don't have sex. What part of being a trad wife do you offer?" And then I stole a comment from my last post and said she doesn't want to be a trad wife. She wants to be a trophy wife.
Yep.
She just said I'm unbelievable and has gone to her sisters again. I'm going to take the next couple of weeks to start talking to a divorce lawyer to see what this entails. Then, once the ball has got rolling, I'm fucking off to Portugal for a couple of weeks to myself.
Okay. All right. Let's go, Portugal.
Let's go. All right. Update 2. Here we go. I'm 35, my ex-wife is 40, and we have no kids. About two and a half months ago, I posted about my wife leaving me because I refused to live the trad wife lifestyle. In my original
To be fair, you were not living the trad wife lifestyle. You were living the Hugh Hefner lifestyle.
He refused to let his wife live the trad wife lifestyle. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
In my...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, what's up?
I lost what I was going to say.
Okay.
God, the
In my
ADHD.
original post, I mentioned the big house and car that she got me in debt over, about £500,000, and that she decided she didn't want to work anymore.
Wait, she got you in debt? Please tell me that, like, some of that was in her name. Please tell me the debt was in her name, too. Make her pay half of it.
Starting with the car, after she left, I took half of our savings and half the money in our joint account and put it in my own bank account. I told her to take the rest, about £60,000. And she can either pay off the car with the money or keep the money, and I'll take the car back as it's in my name.
Oh, thank God.
She said neither. She's keeping both. This has been a struggle that ended with me having to ring the police to assist me in taking the car back. I got there, and the police were already there. My ex was crying. The 2 police officers looked at me like I was a piece of shit. My sister-in-law was shouting, "Yeah, take her independence and go back to your mansion while she sleeps in the spare room." The neighbors were all
fuck
out.
off.
I very nearly caved and told her just to keep it. It's £1,500 a month. I can't warrant. I took it. I sold it, and I had to pay about $12,000 in pounds in difference in what I owed on it. I'll be honest, I was expecting worse. Now the house. We paid £700,000 for it, with 200 down. I have spent about 100 on doing it up, and when I got it valued, I was pleasantly surprised at the £1 million, and even more surprised that within 2 weeks of it going on the market, it sold to one of my neighbors. A lovely Indian family who had asked me to work on their house, but they said it's just easier to move in to mine. They do, however, want me to build a granny annex on the side once they've completed the purchase. That'll be another couple of months yet, but we'll both walk away with around £200,000 each, and I'll be looking to buy a house for around $200,000. So I'll be back to mortgage-free and debt-free in a couple of months.
Wait, was the house
On to my
partially in
life.
her name too?
No.
Thank God.
Nope.
Get her ass.
On to my wife. She's still living at her sister's, and as far as I'm aware, hasn't found anyone who wants a 40-year-old trad wife who doesn't cook, clean, or have sex. She's asked me back twice, but I've said no. One was a drunken proposition. The other, more heartfelt. It's too late now, though. We've already started the divorce proceedings, and that should be done early next year. All I've been doing is working and plodding along. Nothing else I can really do. I thought I'd update because I still got 10 to 20 messages a week asking how I'm doing, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There we go.
Damn.
It's over. He's in the clear, and she's got nothing.
Good. Fuck her. See, this is the real drama content that we should all be paying attention to. Enough with the YouTube bullshit. Let's just read wacky ass Reddit stories.
Oh, people are weird
God.
and messy and horrible. Sometimes amazing.
Guy's a legend though.
Yeah.
Personally,
Everything right.
she probably still got off too easy.
Yeah.
But I'm also a bitch.
She didn't get any punishment out of it. She just ended up with nothing.
Yeah. I mean, she got everything she deserved.
Yeah.
Well, not everything.
Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she's going to have to get over dirt if she wants kids?
My instinct is no, but let's hear them out.
My 25F girlfriend, Amy, 27F, is a wonderful person. She's very smart.
Let's go, lesbians.
Let's go, lesbians. She's very smart. She works in a clean room with computer chips and stuff. She's also something of a germaphobe. To the point that she keeps her toothbrush in the hallway outside of the bathroom in a zip-locked bag. Her apartment is always
That's not
spotless.
germaphobe, that's clinical.
Her apartment is always spotless. She showers twice to 3 times a day.
Is this I'm asking this genuinely, is this Friends fan fiction? Is this
I don't
AU
think
Friends
so.
fan fiction?
I don't think so.
Does it
Let me just finish it.
please, for the love of God, tell me someone in the audience understands that reference.
Yes, I understood it. No, this is not Monica. Okay. Even her car somehow never has dirt on the floor. She hand
Psychopath!
washes. She hand washes all of her clothes as soon as she's done wearing them.
That's
It's both impressive and intimidating.
That's not intimidating. That's like go to jail. I don't trust a person whose car is completely clean. Your car's got to be a little bit messy.
That sounds like a serial killer.
Yeah. Like her car is completely clean because she put saran wrap everywhere to hide the bodies.
Oh, okay. I'm not the messiest person on the planet by any means. I don't have massive piles of unwashed dishes or leaning towers of used pizza boxes or anything.
Oh God.
But I'm not as clean as she is. I'm not against making some adjustments, but we've been talking more and more about the future now that we're getting serious, and I've come across a problem. Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
She's lesbian Dexter.
Yeah. She's lesbian Dexter. Wait. I have to know, how long have they been together again?
Did
they say?
No, it doesn't say.
Okay. Because if they've been together like a super long time, I mean, I guess like they're lesbians, so if they've been together longer than 2 months, they're already talking about marriage anyway. So, like,
exactly. Like,
at this point,
if this is like a couple months down the road of them, you know, getting to know each other and being together. This is decades in lesbian time.
Yeah. You went this long without this being a problem?
Well, hold on. OP doesn't think that this is a problem for OP. We're about to get to the actual problem.
Wait, what do you mean? No. We're already several red flags in, babe. You gotta, like... Come on, raise your expectations a little bit.
Hold on. OP is okay with this. A little bit intimidated, but willing to make the effort.
Fucking bottoms!
However, Amy wants kids.
I mean, well, that's not gonna happen. That woman's gonna ruin kids.
Desperately wants kids.
How is she gonna want kids? Does she know how dirty childbirth is?
Hence the post's title, Am I the Asshole for Telling My Girlfriend She's Going to Have to Get Over Dirt if she wants kids?
Alright, let's hear them out.
I'd like kids too, but she's never been around babies or little kids in her life, and seems to think she'll be able to keep the house just as clean as it is now, and keep the babies spotless too.
Wait, how old is what's her fucking name?
Amy is 27.
Fucking, how are you 27 years old and you... Okay.
OP at 25 is the oldest of 4.
Oh wait, no, you're...
Of 9.
This is such a good point. This is such only child behavior. I'm sorry to anyone who's an only child, but y'all are suspicious. Y'all are suspicious as fuck.
Okay.
No cousins are so...
Say.
We don't know about
It
cousins, but
say.
this is only child behavior. I'm calling it now. She's an only child, and her family is exactly like her mother and father, and one aunt who is unable to have children and never got married and is also a lesbian.
And they keep the house as a museum, not a home.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry.
Okay. So I'm the oldest of 4, the oldest cousin of 9. I grew up around kids. I've been babysitting since I was 10. There's no such thing as a clean toddler. Not for longer than 10 minutes at the very most. She thinks if we just work at it, we'll have a spotless house and a spotless kid. I told her gently that that's just not possible.
Gently.
And asked her how she plans on handling diapers, vomit, frogs smuggled into the house, jam going everywhere, soup bowls tipped over for fun.
Well, that
spilled
won't be
grape
my
juice, nail
child.
polish on the walls, and the like. She insisted that the kids who do that are just poorly trained and don't have good boundaries.
Poorly trained? What are you fucking... It's a child, not a dog.
Oh.
Do you think you're gonna put it on a puppy pad?
She
Is she like...
up this child for so much therapy.
she's like, I'm gonna have a child and we'll have a little crate for it, and I'm gonna put little puppy pads in it, and she'll know where to go potty, and also, anytime she like shits on the carpet, I'm gonna rub her nose in it.
I told her that they're kids without fine motor control or impulse regulation.
Or thoughts.
And if she, yeah.
Or awareness.
And if she wants to have, yeah. And if she wants to have kids, she's going to have to accept that they're going to get messy, and our house will get messy. Amy accused me of not being supportive and trying to find excuses not to have kids with her, and trying to guilt her into being sloppier. This is dissolving into an actual fight instead of a discussion, and I'm starting to second guess myself.
Get therapy!
Maybe my family was just excessively messy.
All of
because
you.
we were rural and poor. Maybe my standards are too low, and we really haven't tried hard enough. It's very frustrating, and I want some outside perspective, parental perspective especially.
Honey,
oh my
honey,
God.
honey, Amy is gaslighting you right now. This sounds like somebody who's being extremely gaslit. No. I don't care. First of all, I speaking from personal experience as somebody who has been in the presence of adults who don't clean up after themselves and do leave mountains of dirty, nearly close to molding dishes. I don't care if you are that kind of person. I don't care if you're not that kind of person. Anyone who is not even like a little bit messy is suspicious. And also, Amy is fucking gaslighting you. You are allowed to be like a little bit messy, and you have to be realistic. This woman just wants you to be a maid for her. She plans to have you take care of the child in all of its forms, and she gets to do nothing except set high expectations and put that child under duress. The fuck out of here.
This is setting up some major neuroses, and it's not healthy. This kid is not going to be raised in a safe environment.
Yeah, get the fuck out. I realize that we're all like fighting for dear life here in the good old US of A as a bunch of queer folk. But I promise you there are more fish in the sea. Why did I immediately let out the fucking southern accent?
It was perfect. I love it.
I promise you. What's her name? I know Amy. What's the other one's name? Did she give a name?
OP.
Okay.
No.
I promise you, OP, if that is your name. There are more little fish in the sea. You can find yourself a nice little lesbian girl who isn't afraid to get like one speck of dust on her car. Do not date lesbian Dexter, for the love of God.
Has Amy just never met other humans before?
Amy is actually a robot. Amy is actually like a synth from Fallout 4. But not like one of the human like ones. She's like a Gen 2 synth.
Oh my God.
Is that what you all come here for? Is the niche Fallout 4 references?
Yes. Okay.
Wait, is that it? Is that the whole story?
That's the whole story. That's it.
No, like what was Reddit's take?
Pretty much in line with us.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's not healthy. It's not good. It's very messy and very gross. And Amy needs to get a reality check.
Amy needs to have some exposure therapy. Is my my feelings. Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Shit.
Crystal, let it run a fucking mile, OP.
Seriously. Oh wait, do you think Amy like doesn't sweat? Like she like does
She
everything in
has
her
a glandular issue where her body is completely dry.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, and then she thinks that that's just like normal. She's
And then she
she's
also
like never.
showers 3 times a day.
Oh, she doesn't just shower 3 times. She showers 3 times a day, and then she probably like washes her hands when she gets out of the shower. I'm sorry. I know that there are people who have like perfectly. What do you mean I perfectly executed a special tech? What are you talking about, Steam? I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, I understand. I understand there are people who like genuinely have like mental health disorders and cannot like control a lot of like their compulsions and are like really like anxious when it comes to like dirt and not being clean. And I'm not trying to make fun of people with those conditions, but you have to admit that like no, I'm just gonna own it. I'm just gonna like let me be ableist for a second. Let me just like I need to this is still isn't healthy.
When it comes to people with those conditions, they have to realize that this is their own problem that they are dealing with internally, and they cannot hold everyone to that standard. It's the same thing that you deal with your BPD. It's your thing to carry and to manage.
Yes. But also, like, let me be like a little bit ableist for this. What the frick? Anyway, next story. Oh my God, Amy is actually Prince Andrew.
Am I the asshole for not letting my brother blame me for no longer having romantic feelings for our childhood friend who is now his ex?
Okay, let's
I
hear him
may
out.
or may not have given Saige a preview of this one.
Yeah, but I haven't been told the whole story. I just kind of like heard a little bit of it, and to be honest, I've slept since then and I don't remember most of it.
Okay. I know the title's confusing, but this is what our fight's about. Me, 26M, and my brother, 25M, were friends.
Oh, they're
with
that old?
Nova. Uh-huh.
Oh, this is so old. Like, okay. Sorry.
They were friends with Nova, 24F, growing up. OP, I ended up having a crush on Nova for a while. That developed into something deeper without anything ever happening. She and I were best friends and very close. But with her being younger, I always felt weird about it, and I didn't act when we were very young. And then she started dating, and I never wanted to be that person who tells someone that they have feelings when they're in a relationship. Nova went from relationship to relationship, and so I never told her how I felt. My mom knew, and my dad suspected, but I confided in my mom a few times. She was the only person I told, because I didn't want to start gossip or rumors about shit. I never told my brother about my crush, because he was always the kind of person who'd tease and I was terrified he would try to tell her for me, and she'd be with someone. She was never really single long enough for me to say anything. She was never single more than a few weeks. And she never really gave me the vibe that she liked me as more. So I kept quiet. 3 years ago, Nova and my brother started dating. And it was at this point that I was like, oh, okay. No matter what, this has to end. I worked on letting go of any feelings I had. It wasn't easy, but I did. For me, there was just a line, and dating anyone that my brother used to, even if I liked her before, it was just a no. That's a line you don't cross. And I was happy and supportive of the relationship. He was over the moon, and I realized he clearly had feelings for her too, for a while. And he admitted he started liking her a couple of years before they started dating. The relationship started to get more serious when they broke up. My brother told me he knew I was in love with her, and she admitted she was in love with me, and wanted me, but settled for him.
Ouch!
He wanted me to know I had his blessing.
Wait, no,
I
fuck
asked
her.
him where he'd heard. Yeah. I asked him where he'd heard that, and he said our parents had talked to him about after Nova had talked to them. He said there was no point in lying. I told him I wouldn't lie and that I used to have feelings. I used to feel that way. But I told him I let go of those feelings and I moved on. He didn't believe me. Then Nova told me she was in love with me and wanted us to be together. I told her I didn't feel that way anymore. She was upset and asked me if we could try, but I said no. She accepted that, and we're still friendly, but not close like before.
Okay,
My brother
so
can't accept it.
sounds like this is an adult.
Yep. OP is an adult. OP
Yeah.
is... Yeah.
Fuck Nova, though.
Yeah... So there's a couple of red flags in Nova already. Like, the going only a couple of weeks between relationships and just hopping from one partner to the next, to the next, to the next.
Yeah.
Without, like, stopping and thinking and growing.
I mean, if she's just in it to
a red
fuck.
flag. Yeah, yeah. Yes, OP is behaving as an adult, which on Reddit is shockingly rare.
Yeah, that's a win.
My brother can't accept it, and ever since I said no to Nova, he's been picking fights with me and accusing me of being a dick. He told me he gave up on her for me. He gave us an open to be together, and I threw it away. He said it was such BS that I let
Bro.
go of all that love I had for her.
Get
And I
over
told
your
him
girlfriend.
I hadn't, and I wouldn't apologize for doing it. I said it was far better than wishing she was with me while she was with him. I told her he can be heartbroken and upset that Nova and him didn't work out, but he does not get to blame me for my feelings. He said those feelings make me selfish and that I'm an ass for telling him how to feel. I can see he's hurting and I feel awful, but I don't think it's fair that I'm being blamed by him. But maybe he's right. Am I the asshole? No.
No, your brother needs therapy.
Everyone needs therapy.
Yes, everyone needs therapy, but especially these people.
Especially the brother. And Nova needs a lot of therapy too.
New rule: if you post on "Am I the Asshole?" automatically you need therapy. Just everyone who posts on "Am I the Asshole?" gets therapy. That should be like part.
Words, yeah, if the first words in your post isn't, so I'm in therapy.
Yeah. Just like new rule, Medicare for all now also stipulates that you automatically get enrolled with a therapist if you post on "Am I the Asshole?" on Reddit. I'm actually putting that into the proposal. I slipped it in when Bernie Sanders wasn't looking.
So what did you think? Was that worth it?
Yes. Wait, are there any updates?
No updates on that one.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. On the off chance that that OP or OP's brother or Nova or is what I need the update. I need the details. Someone. Gonna hire a PI to find these people.
Any resolution on that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that story was neatly wrapped up, at least for the OP.
Yeah.
Like
I need to
decision.
I need to know if his brother got therapy.
Well, the answer to that is sounds like he's a cis dude, so no.
Yeah. What is he, gay?
Okay.
Before we move on, if you all are having fun with the stream, like the stream, and also consider donating. You can donate through Ko-Fi, or you can donate by subscribing on Patreon, or becoming a channel member, or even giving a super chat or a super thanks. Anything helps, because this is highly important work that I'm doing right now. But no, seriously, if you're enjoying the stream, consider donating. I don't like asking people for money, but every little bit does help.
And let us know if this is a thing that you're enjoying, if you want us to keep doing it, because I am having a lot of fun and I would love to keep doing this, but if it's boring for all of you, then I would really like to know that too.
Yeah. Because I would like to keep doing this, because I think this is like really fun. Except for the parts where I'm bad at Souls-likes. I like how I just keep like sliding further and further off frame.
As you do. You get comfy and then you shift, and then you get comfy and then you shift.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're having fun also, Paco.
Just gonna do this for the rest of the Reddit stories.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
My 13F husband 35M. Sorry. My 35F husband 35M and my friend 36F acted like they wanted each other sexually right in front of me.
Okay. I mean, you need to hear more.
Background. Yep. Background.
Wait, is this from Am I the Asshole?
This is relationship advice.
Oh, okay.
Through Best of Reddit. Through Best of Reddit updates.
Oh, thank God.
Background. My husband and I have been married for 12 years. Together for 17. 2 nights ago, we went out for a friend's birthday. We'll call her Jane. Jane is married to my husband's childhood friend. They got married about 1.5 years ago, and they have not been doing well due to him breaking Jane's trust. They are in therapy, but it's getting close to divorce. She is understandably very upset. More background that will make sense later. My husband and I haven't had sex in 2 months.
That's baby
I have
numbers.
recovered from an injury that has caused a lot of bleeding during sex. A couple of times during these 2 months, I offered oral to him, but he declined. He said he wasn't feeling up to it when I offered, and I believe him. I just want to make it clear, this is not a sexless marriage. My husband also has some self-esteem issues from prior trauma, and he's in therapy for it. While we were out for Jane's birthday with some friends, everything was fine until there were a few drinks in. I only had one for the entire night. Our other friends had to call it a night, so it's just me, my husband, and Jane. This is where things get weird. They start flirting in this weird power play for dominance. I don't know how to describe it really. Jane says something about putting herself in a box, like horny jail, because it's been so long since she's had sex. And my husband, jokingly, grabs her by the throat and says, "Yeah, I'll put you in a box."
Oh, so they've been fucking for a while. This is like a 14-year-long affair.
That's certainly what it sounds like. While all of this is happening, there's this random dude that's hitting on Jane. It's karaoke night, and the random guy serenades her and gives her this silly lap dance. So, all fun and games, right? No, it just keeps escalating from there. Later, Jane grabs my husband's hair and shoves him into the wall, and he kind of moans. He says, "If you grab me by the hair again, it will end with my dick in your throat." This entire time, I'm awkwardly laughing it off because I know they're both drunk and they're laughing.
No, girl, have some self-respect. Throat punch him.
I know, this is bad. This is real bad.
No, get in there. Kick his ass. Kick her ass. They're clearly gonna love it. It's fine.
Yeah, just they both want to be bottoms. Just let them have it.
Yeah. Dom both of them.
At the time, I think my husband is playing around, trying to make her feel better because it's her birthday. Oh, come on.
No! Girl! They've been fucking for like 2 decades.
And her marriage is in the trash. I didn't realize it until hours later. My husband wasn't giving me any of the attention he usually does. More flirting keeps happening, and my husband asks me multiple times if I'm okay. I just quickly answer that I'm fine. If he's asking me that multiple times, doesn't that sound like he knows something is wrong, and he's just looking to see how far this could go?
Yes.
Yeah. When the bar is closing, I drive us home. Jane doesn't want to go home because of things going on in her marriage. She's stayed with us before, so that's not out of the ordinary. And of course, it just gets weirder. Oh.
Girl, throat punch him.
Jane pushes my husband onto the couch, straddles him, and chokes him. My husband is enjoying this. I'm standing there dumbfounded. He kept saying how the dynamic was weird, but how much he wanted it. Later, while my husband is in the restroom, Jane tells me they are not sexually attracted to each other, but they're both very sexually attracted to me.
What? Wait. Your husband and I saw you from across the room and we really liked your vibe.
Oh, this is bad.
What do you say to that?
parentheses, like, I know, right? So in parentheses, she puts, like, yes, I know my husband is sexually attracted to me.
I like the sassiness.
Like, that's even a question.
Yes, Donna, I know my husband is sexually
Okay.
attracted to me. We've had sex.
The question is, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. He comes back out at some point, and my husband says he wants to throw us both down and fuck us. And says, go fuck my wife, to Jane. As soon as what was being said involved me directly, I had to say something then. I said I think both of them sober wouldn't do anything behind Jane's husband's, my husband's best friend from childhood's, back, regardless of how much of a jerk he's being. And I wasn't down to do anything when alcohol was involved. They
'Cause
said,
you're responsible.
okay. What I said was a cop-out, honestly. I wouldn't be comfortable if alcohol wasn't involved either. But I didn't know how to reasonably voice that, so I used the alcohol as an excuse. Later, I've come to understand I was disassociating at the bar and was not processing what was happening. I also didn't want to come between whatever was happening because they're two adults. I shouldn't have to be the sober person to stop or otherwise prevent something happening by being a mother hen. My husband should know better.
Oh, she's already talked to her therapist.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. We had previously talked about how I was uncomfortable earlier this month when she had put her hand on his chest while laughing. She was also drunk then. He apologized for not stopping that. So what would the night have been if I wasn't there? I feel grimy or ashamed, but I didn't do anything, so why do I feel that way? How much of this is being drunk and silly and not having had sex in a while, and how much of it is something else? Is this going to happen any time he has a few drinks and someone gives him attention? I don't know. I have communicated all of this to my husband once he was sober, and he says he feels awful. He apologized and made us an appointment with a marriage counselor. I'm asking the above questions, and does it seem like the therapy would even help? Has anyone else with someone similar dealt with something similar? And what was the result? I'm having nightmares about this. I'm so hurt and angry I can barely even look at my husband. Am I being unreasonable? Is it my fault for not saying I wasn't okay until later, even though I wasn't given a chance to really think about it? TLDR, my husband and friend flirted all night with each other and asked me for a threesome in a roundabout way, where I'm pretty sure I would have just been ignored. So that's not really a threesome.
Okay, I'm glad that like for the content of it that we got the twist, but girl, lead with that. What do you mean? Your post was like, my husband acted like he wanted to fuck his friend in front of me, and then meanwhile it's like, no, he literally like pinned her down and then told her to fuck you.
I know, right?
He's like, no, actually, I want to be a cuck. Cuckold me right now. Girl, I think this might be like, this isn't go to a marriage counselor type of thing. This is like sit the both of them down and say, this cannot happen. You gotta like
this is
put
a
your
hard
foot
line.
down.
If you are uncomfortable in this situation, this has to be a hard line, and you have to be open and honest and clear about it. Maybe You have to talk to your husband about not drinking anymore if this is how he's going to be around alcohol. But the alcohol is always just an excuse in situations like this.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's just like what is inevitably going to happen is he is going to rely upon the fact that he is drunk to take no responsibility for anything that he does. And it's like, I understand that, you know, addiction is a real thing, and I don't fully buy the idea that like people who are like drunk are like totally just doing everything that they would want to do sober, and like I know that like inhibitions being involved are a thing, but you cannot let that just be an excuse. You have to sit the both of them down and you have to tell them that this cannot happen again.
Yep.
And then you have to go to couples therapy. And then if that doesn't work, firing squad.
Okay. Relevant comments, because this is compiled by Best of Redditor Updates.
Okay.
Commenter 1. The time it took to process is beside the point. Everyone handles things differently. What's happened in your life that... what has happened in your life to have you tolerating this, though? From him and her.
Yep.
There's some deep reason you froze. Abandonment issues, or he or she's made these jokes before, etc.
I love it when the Reddit
Why
therapists
were
get
they so
involved.
comfortable? I know, right? And why were they so comfortable doing this? Publicly? In front of you? Tanked out of my mind, I wouldn't do this. There's a core value / morality issue with both of them that doesn't sound like it very much jives with yours. I'd take some space from both of them to think about this. All more since you definitely are a person who needs time to think. And that's okay. Me personally would leave them both in the dust. Or if he had a really good excuse, she'd be done in our lives as well.
Oh, yeah.
OOP responded, abandonment issues from childhood, yes, and very poor self-esteem. Thank you for pointing it out. That the time it took and is taking for me to process that is beside the point. You're right. Commenter 2. Holy shit, I'm so sorry this happened. It's your fault for not saying something? He can't just be respectful on his own because he loves you? What the actual fuck? How is he proposing y'all fix this? Besides counseling, is he going to stop drinking? Stop having communication with that couple? Tell the husband what's happened since they're such good friends. I'd get individual counseling for yourself to help sort through your thoughts and decide what you're going to do.
Yep.
OOP says he's only proposed marriage counseling to fix this, apologizing and saying it will never happen again. And yeah, I feel like it's partially my fault for being a complete doormat.
No.
I could understand why Jane didn't see that I was dissociating, but my husband definitely should have. Thinking back on it, the signs were all there. I've also contacted a therapist for myself. Yeah, no, this is... Okay. Commenter 3. For perspective, I am 42M. At the time, I think my husband is playing around trying to make her feel better because it's her birthday. I literally said, what? With 4 question marks?
Yep.
Louder than my usual tone when I read this. This is so whack.
Okay, well, I don't need your
Hard to
lore
know
commenter.
where to start. First of all, you have a very loose grip on playing around if it involves them mind banging in front of you while giving you a play-by-play of their desires of their role playing. Telling another woman, even your friend, that he would stick his dick in her mouth is not trying to cheer her up. This is lust that normally goes unspoken.
Yup.
Alcohol drunk doesn't give somebody new desires. It removes their inhibitions that were already there. I've been drunk off my butt when I was younger and didn't act like this with other women. And of course it just gets weirder. Jane pushes my husband to the couch and straddles him and chokes him. My husband is enjoying this. Nobody would disagree that cheating while being drunk is still cheating. Many people believe there are different forms of cheating. To me, they were cheating right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, this already crossed that line.
Out loud again. Mm-hmm. This is not a normal or excusable. Don't let them blame it on the alcohol. This woman is not your friend. She uses alcohol as an excuse to be forward with other men. I sincerely doubt your husband is the first person she's pulled this behavior on, while still yet being married to somebody else. Every day you continue this friendship, you are letting her spit in your face.
Okay, you're not her therapist.
As for your husband,
I'm her therapist right now.
Tell you. Yeah. As your husband, I don't know what to tell you other than you are completely right. OOP responded to this saying, they were cheating right in front of your eyes. This hit hard, and I can't say I disagree. Thank you for your perspective. There are a couple more commenters. Do you want me to keep going through the comments that are compiled?
Unless they have like relevant information to the update, we can just go to the update.
Additional information from OOP after reading comments.
Okay.
I'll give you that I'm a terrible writer, but I'm also really struggling to put everything together as it happened. My mind is a complete mess. I don't have a way to prove anything beside the text messages, which could be faked anyway. Wait, text messages?
Wait, yeah. What do you mean text messages?
I'm not sure about the unimportant details, but the mysterious injury was my cervix. I wanted to gloss over that somewhat gory detail as to why there was a medical reason we haven't had sex in 2 months. I also feel like I'm taking some of the blame. If he wasn't pent up, maybe he wouldn't have acted this way, which is stupid. He shouldn't have done that anyway. I know that. I tried to paint a picture with the background characters, how the night was going, and how that contributed to my freezing up. The random guy being also incredibly drunk and serenading, contributing to very chaotic, hard to even hear your own self think karaoke night. And about the friends that already left, I thought it was weird that they only started acting like this after they left. Either that, or it was because they had more drinks and therefore less inhibition. Okay, so that's the end of that. Update. I don't really have much to add, but I know people were asking for an update. First therapy session went well. My husband is genuinely remorseful and has no problem never communicating with Jane ever again. I'm doing my best to work through how I feel about it all, about all of this, and not to compartmentalize. Time and hard work will tell if our relationship survives. I have not had a conversation with Jane yet, but I know I need to. She's asked me to go to lunch or dinner with just us, but I've had a migraine when she wanted to go, so that was canceled. I've had one session with my own therapist so far, and I feel like I'll be better equipped to handle that conversation once I've had a couple of sessions. If people want to know how that goes, I guess I'll comment on this post and post it to my profile, since only one update is allowed. As far as I know, Jane has asked her husband for a divorce. I only know this because he messaged my husband about it. Jane has not told her soon-to-be ex-husband what happened on her birthday, and my husband wants to tell him, of course. Not sure when that will happen, but it definitely needs to. Since they're already getting divorced, I could see how people might feel like feel like that would just be adding salt to his wounds. But he had the right to know. I'll also post a comment when that happens, and post it to my profile. I think that's everything. Just a few developments to share. Edit. Forgot to add, apparently. Jane said to my husband in the car the next morning, "If I were sober, I would have fucked you." And he said he just kept driving stone-faced. Also, my doorbell camera caught her asking him, "Do you think I fucked up?" I haven't formulated what I'm going to say to her yet about this.
What I want to say will violate TOS. Damn.
Commenter 1, Jane said to my husband in the car the next morning, "If I were sober, I would have fucked you." Why the hell was he in the car with her after everything?
Yeah,
Sorry, but
honestly.
your husband is also trash. Yeah.
Yeah, wait, what was his excuse? Like, why was he in the car with her? Was he driving her home, I guess?
He was just driving her home after the night out, yeah.
Make her husband come pick her up.
That is the update.
That's
I
it?
don't know why it's best of, but apparently that's it.
Damn.
From August 17th, 2025, so.
Oh, that's recent.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Maybe we're gonna get better updates soon.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Everyone liked the stream.
Has everyone liked it? Have you? Okay. Here's another palette cleanser.
All right, let's go.
Am I the asshole for not canceling long-standing plans for a barbecue that I just found out about?
Okay.
My wife and I made plans back in January with a group of friends to go to a beer festival in the mountains. My father-in-law has a rental property in the mountains, which we reserved for the weekend, and we all got tickets to the festival. It's 3 families and some other friends, so about 9 people total. The festival is Labor Day weekend, so just this past weekend.
Uh-oh.
And my grandparents invited us and some other family to a barbecue that weekend. But we won't be able to attend because we're doing the beer festival. I texted my grandpa and let him know we wouldn't be able to make it because we already had plans that weekend, and he said he understood and that was no problem.
Okay.
But then Mom texted me asking why we couldn't come. And I told her why. She told me she's very disappointed and that I need to make this barbecue a priority because I should cancel plans to go out to the beer festival. She then goes on to guilt trip me, saying my grandparents are in their 80s and we won't have very many opportunities to get together.
Oh my god, fuck off.
For context, we live in the same state and city as my grandparents, and we see them 2 to 3 times a month minimum. She told me a beer festival is not a good reason to blow off my grandparents, and that I need to reconsider my priorities.
Wait, which event came first?
The beer festival. Months and months first.
Okay, so they did that, and then they like, honestly, like, who organized the barbecue? Because like in my opinion, like if you're organizing this kind of like thing, and you don't reach out to the people that you're inviting to ask like, hey, I'm thinking of like doing this and inviting everyone over. Like, does this day work for you? Fuck off. If you didn't even make an attempt.
It sounds like it was the grandparents organizing it, and the grandparents said, it's okay, you already had plans, have fun.
Okay, well, then that's that.
And then the mother got involved and said, you have to be here because family.
I would understand a little bit if like one of them's dying of cancer and they haven't, like, the OP hasn't seen them in like 5 years and hasn't like attended any like family gatherings. That's one thing. Then like maybe be a little like upset, but if he already like reached out to the grandparent and like talked to him about it, shut up.
So that was just a very simple, straightforward, clear cut.
Oh shit. Wait, was that it?
That was it. That's it. That's all there is. It's like I said, it's a palate cleanser. It's very straightforward.
All right. Well, that mom sucked. I give that.
That mom sucked.
I give that 0 out of 5 moms.
Officially rated not the asshole.
Good.
Okay. Here comes the big one.
The big one? Is this our final story?
No, maybe we'll see. This is the one. This is one that I've been saving.
Ah.
For later in the stream, near the end.
Well, I think
I stalked my husband for 2 years before I formally met him.
What? Okay, I am going to call it now. We're gonna make this one the last one. We'll save some more for another stream, because we're going to have to go to bed eventually.
Yes.
Let's
give me.
Does this game like autosave? I really hope so.
Yes, it does.
Okay, yeah. You go get something to drink. We'll take a little bit of a quick break. I'm going to run and grab something to eat because I've not eaten yet. So we'll be right back for the final story. I'm gonna have the hiccups of my life. I just scarfed down food. How's everyone doing? How are we feeling about the stream? I've been having a really fun time. I actually really like doing this. This has been...
I've been enjoying it as well.
Ah, welcome back.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get into it. Final story. What was the title again?
I stalked my husband for 2 years before I formally met him.
Oh boy. All right. Let's go.
Okay. I, 24F, married my husband, 28M, about a year and a half ago. The first time I saw my husband, I was a freshman in high school. He was a freshman in college. He was walking his dog at the park when he stopped to talk to my brother, 27M, because they happened to go to high school together. That was the moment I became hooked. That same day, I found his Instagram, his family's social media, and also where he lived, since my brother offered to walk him home while I tagged along.
Little
got home
reminder
that
to
day-
all of you that you should watch my video about privacy and why
Yeah,
why this
exactly.
is creepy.
This is terrifying. When I got home that day, I knew I wanted him. But of course, I was only 14, while he was 18. So I came up with a plan.
Okay, so we've had the lesbian Dexter, and we also have now had the cis straight woman Dexter. You know what? I don't know that she's cis, but definitely straight woman. She's cis coded.
Extremely. Okay. I found out his younger brother was only 1 year younger than me and would be attending my current high school. I figured that I had to befriend his younger brother by any means possible next year
Wait,
when he moves up as a freshman.
How old were they?
So OP at this point in time is 14.
And how old is the future husband?
The future husband is currently, at this point in the story, 18.
God damn, 14-year-old girls, man. Maybe we weren't hard enough on them 10 years ago.
Okay, and she is determined to, by any means necessary, befriend his currently 13-year-old younger brother.
Okay.
Okay, by any means possible next year when he moves up to freshman will I become a sophomore. And I did. It took around halfway of my junior year when we became best friends, and he invited me over regularly to his house to hang out. This is where I was able to meet and befriend my current husband's mom. And God, did she love to talk about him. From her, I found out what college he goes to, his past girlfriends, what his elementary, middle school was, his favorite and least favorite foods, his pet peeves, what he likes, etc., etc. Eventually, when my visits started getting more and more frequent, I formally met my current husband again. Current husband, I'll call him E, would come over every other week and stay either Friday through Sunday or Saturday to Sunday. On those days specifically, I would wear my cutest outfits to impress him, and also joke around with him a lot. Eventually, I befriended him as well. A little background on E. He is the school record holder for a certain sport at my school, which I just so happen to also do. And around halfway through
Just so
my
happened.
senior year, yeah, I know. Uh, where was it?
Halfway through my senior year.
And halfway through my senior year, E came back during the season to help coach the current high school athletes, which included me, in order to get some more volunteer work hours in. I got to spend a lot more time with him. I loved every second of it. Where sometimes he would even drive me home since we lived relatively close. Fast forward to when I had moved away to NYC for college. E moved with me since he coincidentally got a job near my college. Edit. I
Coincidentally.
lied. It wasn't a coincidence. I found out he got the job and applied to a college nearby his workplace. Being
Ah!
each other's only friends in a new state, we became incredibly close. We started dating when I was almost a sophomore in college. He proposed to me after I graduated, and we just got married about a year ago. He knows absolutely nothing about how I truly know him. He believes it's fate that brought us together through his younger brother. Lately, I've been debating whether or not I should tell him, or at least his younger brother, the truth, since the only reason I befriended him was to get closer to E. I feel guilty every time he tells others our love story, because the truth is, I've known him for 10 years, but he's only known me for 7.
I
Update,
actually feel like I need to take
small
a
one.
shower right now.
Small update. I read a reply saying that the best thing for myself is to keep it a secret, which is what a lot of people are saying. But the best thing for him is to tell him. And I figured that person really is right. I will be telling him this Tuesday on his day off. He deserves to know who he married.
Yeah, he does. Boy, you better run. Actually,
Oh,
actually, I don't know if you can run. She's gonna find you. There's nowhere to go.
so many red flags. So many red flags. Okay, major update. I told him this 4th of July. After the fireworks mostly ended and we were headed back, I asked him in the car, wouldn't it have been weird if we met each other before the first time we actually met? But we just didn't think of each other as significant at the time. He smiled and turned to me saying, that's impossible. There's no universe where we would have met and I would not think of you as significant. That statement struck me in the heart because I knew I would soon prove that sentence very wrong. But I continued on with my plan anyway. What if I told you we had met each other before? Before that time, I was introduced as E's little brother's friend. He looked at me like I was crazy. So that's when I pulled over to the side of the road and pulled out my phone to show him the post I put up here before that explained everything.
Ugh. You know what? Good on you for being honest, but like, wait, when was this posted?
Uh, the original post was June 30th, 2023. This update that we're currently reading was July 6th, 2023.
2023. So it really was somebody who was like 14, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, I understand Ted Kaczynski more and more. Technology was a mistake. We've got to stop these girls. Okay. Let's keep going.
He took about 8 minutes to read the whole thing, and when he finished, he put the phone down and stared straight ahead, almost like he was dumbfounded, scared, and confused all at the same time. I started throwing out every excuse and apology I could muster at the moment for about 15 minutes straight when he decided to tell me to stop, and I did. Then he just sat there and sobbed uncontrollably for about 10 minutes before he finally asked me how much of our relationship and how much of my identity was fabricated according to his liking. I told him the honest
Fair
truth.
question.
I told him the honest truth. None of my personality or identity was fabricated for him, except for the fact of how we met. The only thing I ever changed about myself to make him like me more was lying about Chinese food. I hate Chinese food.
Racist.
But other than that,
go to hell.
But other than that, everything else was real. Although my friendship with his younger brother was built on ill intentions.
Yeah, I feel really bad for his brother.
Our friendship now is one of the most genuine friendships I have.
No, it's not. You fucking liar.
He just cried and told me that he does not want a divorce at all, but he does want us to have some time apart so that he can absorb the truth that I gave him. He also said that he expects me to tell his brother and mom this Friday because they deserve to know the truth just as much as he did. I told him, okay.
No, you should publish this in your
silence.
local paper. You need to tell everyone.
With your picture and your name
and your address and your
phone
social
number,
security number and your credit card and your mother's maiden name. Sorry.
So he just cried. He also expects me to tell his brother and mom.
Yep.
I told him, okay. And we drove the rest of the ride home in silence. When we got home, he hugged me and cried for about 5 minutes before he got out of the car, packed his stuff, and said that he'll be staying at a nearby hotel for now. He says that he knows that he still loves me, but does not yet know how to react to the fact that the beginning of our relationship was very, very orchestrated.
That's a word.
So, to sum it all up, I guess telling him was a success? I honestly don't know. He sent me good night and I love you texts last night while he was at the hotel. So I guess he's not as much mad as he may be betrayed.
She's a sociopath.
Update number 2.
No. She went to jail.
I woke up this morning to find out that hubby not only lied about going to the hotel to stay at, but also lied about not wanting a divorce through a text message. He went to his family's home, not a fucking hotel, told them the entire story himself, probably exaggerated it too to make me seem crazy. His whole family wants
You put it on Reddit.
Me.
He probably showed the Reddit post. What do you mean?
I'm psycho.
You are.
He said that he lied about going to the hotel because he knew if he told me the truth, I would try to stop him. Honestly, I feel so betrayed.
You?
I
What do you
tried to
mean
be a
you
good
feel
wife by
betrayed?
showing him the trust, by showing him the true me, and this is what he does? I did all
Yes!
this work just for it to end up like this? Honestly, I kind of deserve it. I didn't even tell him in the first place because it felt bad. I told him because I had a suspicion that he was catching on to the fact that I knew him for 2.5 years before he knew me.
What?
Largely because I found out he was keeping my old phone in his work desk. My old phone that has screenshots of a lot of his old Instagram posts, plans in my notes app about him, etc. So I guess he never truly loved me if he can't get past an honest confession like this one. I might update this in a few years when I find a new husband. LOL.
No, no, no. Go to jail. Go to jail. Someone fight. Someone stop her. At this point, anyone you date could be her. You need to be screening people now.
Oh, that.
I just died. I think I did too. I think this is hell.
There is a reason I was saving this one for last.
What the fuck? Okay, first of all, every day, I become more and more a disciple of Ted Kaczynski. Let destroy the technology. Everyone return to monkey. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep letting them get away with it. Oh my god. Like, okay. There's a lot to unpack here.
Oh, there is so much to unpack in this
one. First of all, anyone, I don't want to hear a single other person say that they have a stalker because they screenshot their tweets. I need you to understand. This is what
a stalker looks like.
This isn't just what a stalker looks like. This person needs to be like hired by the CIA and then fired by the rest of society. This person needs to be hired by the CIA and then we need to destroy the CIA. This is true stalker behavior. This is like, go to jail. I don't know. This person's insane. Like, this is like clinical. I swear to God. They didn't even have any remorse for it.
Nope.
She doesn't even think what she did was wrong. She thinks she's absolved herself by, like, confessing as if that means anything. No! No! That's not how consequences work. No! I think I would rather have bugs crawl on me right now. That sounds more appealing. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. I do have...
So anyway, not the asshole.
I do have one more... No, this person is majorly the asshole.
Oh my God. I like that it took you a second.
I know, right? I do have one more very short that we can use as a palette cleanser.
Please, please. I was like, that was gonna be the last one. I need something else. I need to go to church. I need to be bathed in holy water and like I was gonna say molested by a priest. um, okay. All right. I'm done.
Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my wife that if I waited for her to make memories with our son, we wouldn't have any?
Okay. Let's hear him out.
Last weekend, I, 39M, helped my son, 14M, dye his hair purple. Or
Okay.
my good friend who actually knew what he was doing helped dye my son's hair while I was there for music requests and object fetching. It was a fun day, and I could tell how happy it made my boy. I didn't tell my wife before we did this, and that was the catalyst for the fight we are currently having. But for me, it's so much more than this one incident. My wife has been hands off with our children, or with our child, rather, for a while now. His soccer games, little road trips to nearby music parks, back to school shopping. She's too busy with work or too tired from work. So I've mostly just stopped having conversations. Why would I waste my breath to have the same conversation on repeat? The night we dyed his hair, she started crying while we were talking, saying we were making all of these memories without her. I asked her what she expected me to do. If we waited for her to make memories, we would be sitting in a dark room 100% of the time. My son isn't even really comfortable with her anymore. There is no, I can take you. I can't take you. Go ask your mom. Now it's, I'm sorry I can't take you. Let me see if friend is free that day. My wife isn't speaking to me now, and I'm wondering if I took it too far. I don't know. I was hoping some brutal honesty would change something. I would have loved having more kids, but I guess it's the best now that she said no. Edit to clarify some details. I'm a stay at home dad. The original plan was for me to start working again when our son went to kindergarten. But my wife was gunning for a promotion around that time and asked me to stay out home a while longer. Once she got the promotion, her hours increased, so that time was extended once again. I am responsible for all of the household chores and general homemaking tasks. I cook, clean, do all of the yard work, all of the grocery shopping, etc. I do enjoy being a stay at home dad, but I've been ready and willing to rejoin the workforce for a decade now. At this point, I will be getting a job when my son turns 16 and can get himself to and from school. But my wife still refuses to cut her hours, even if I get a job, and gets frustrated every time I bring it up. There is no point in me forcing my son to ride the bus or figure out a ride for himself if my wife still won't make the effort or compromise in order to spend time with him.
Y'all need therapy.
Yep.
That's my take.
I think OP is like fine. Like he's doing the best he can with what he has, but his wife just isn't. She is doing the thing that most dads do.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's could he have like gone without saying it that way? Yeah, I mean, like, there's always like a better way to say it, I guess. But I mean, in this instance, like, it's very clear that she has not made any concession whatsoever. Like, this is clearly a long-standing issue, and like regardless of, you know, I joke that like they all need therapy and stuff, and they do, but like regardless of that, it's like it's very clear that if she's not going to make any concession to her job, which is fine, it's not like wrong for
Yeah.
her to do that. It's just like
Like, go get
she,
it, girl boss. Like,
yeah, like
do the thing. But
go be the girl boss, but like you have to understand the consequences of that is that you're not going to be spending as much time with your kid.
and like, be honest with your partner about it. Say the thing that I don't know that you're going to be able to go back to work. Like, have that honest conversation. Don't just defer it over and over and over again,
Yeah.
like for 10 freaking years.
Yeah, I mean like this is, and again, you have to like be upfront and honest about this stuff, and you have to understand the consequences of this kind of thing, because like this is what happens with like this is exactly like the issues that we run into like when we're making families and having kids, and like parents don't have time to be parents and working full time and working all of the hours that they're required to get ahead. Like I
Well,
am entirely certain that like the opportunity that this woman like went for was probably good, and probably like a good opportunity to ensure that like she was providing enough for the family, and probably even got them a little bit more than they necessarily needed. And it
I
sucks that she has to be in the position of like choosing that, but you have to own it.
I am I am taking this a little bit from the way that OP wrote it, but it sounds less like she is going out of her way to get promotions to get better equipped for the family, and more like she is and there's nothing wrong with this, but it feels more like she is feeding her ego and like going after promotions to increase her, you know, prestige and her level of involvement in her business or whatever she's doing. She is doing this for herself and to prove it to herself more than to provide for her family.
I mean that could be too. I'm
Which
just like,
is fine, but like, own that.
yeah. And I'm like, all I'm saying is like, if you are like doing this to provide for your family, you still have to like understand the consequences of it, right? And
Mhm.
like it's fine if you want to be a girl boss, but take it from somebody who regularly works uh 45 to 50 hours a week. It don't give you a lot of free time.
No, no, it doesn't.
And the money might be worth it, and the status might be worth it, but it does not give you a lot of free time, and you have to understand that like it's something that you have to consider. And honestly, hot take here, um this is something you should consider if you're going to start a family. Like if you are going to start a family and you are going to be working that much, like you need to consider that. I'm not necessarily saying you shouldn't, but I am saying that like the idea that like you can absolve yourself of all of the consequences of that, of all of the way that like the effects that that's going to have on your like relationship with your kid, on your relationship with your spouse, on the amount of time that you have to do things with other people, like you have to take that into consideration. And I'm not necessarily saying that it is a bad thing to have a family and be working that much, but what I am saying is children do need to have time with their parents. Like their parents do need to be present in their life. And
Yes.
if you can't balance those things in any conceivable way, it's not that I'm saying it's not understandable. I'm saying that that is something you should have considered 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. And yes, Paco, a lot of free time does get eaten up by being tired. Like,
Yeah.
when you're working that much, you use all of your energy in that capacity. Like, you do not have the free time to spend taking care of your child and doing household tasks.
Mm-hmm. And this is why so many people are like electing not to have kids as often because of stuff like this. Because they don't want to be unable to make those memories with their kids. Now, it's not the only reason, obviously, but it is a good reason. And yeah, no, like, OP didn't do anything wrong. He probably could have handled it with a little bit more tact, but like, she needs the wake-up call. She's needed the wake-up call for 10 years.
I agree. And with that, my part here is done.
All right. Okay, so that was quite a slew of doozies.
I only saved the best.
Only the best for you, love.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being so kind as to do story time and read us our bedtime stories. And thank you for just generally being here and the good conversation and the like these were wild. We're gonna I am excited to see how you are able to one up this in the future.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Like, we've got a couple still saved in the back pocket, you know.
Well, hello, Tipster.
Hey there, Tipster.
You actually just showed up at the worst timing for this, because we are about to kind of wind down the stream. But we just finished reading some of the most wild Reddit stories.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to doing this again. And I will talk to you in a couple minutes after stream.
Yes. Well, thank you for being here.
I look forward to doing this again in the future.
Oh,
Bye,
yeah.
everybody.
All right. How do we feel? Well, I'm glad you dropped by. Thank you for dropping by, Tipster. This was a really fun stream. I'm really glad that we were able to do this. And honestly, being like my first stream back since surgery, this went better than I could have hoped for. It was super fun. Love being able to just like chill and play games and watch, or I guess listen to stories and react to them. Also, Tunic is really fun. I didn't know if I was gonna like it, but it looked cool, and it was suggested as being like a really good game for something like this. But it's honestly really fun. I'm gonna have to keep playing it. But yeah, if you guys have enjoyed the stream, make sure to like it. Consider this is the last call for donations. If you would like to donate via Ko-Fi or become a patron on Patreon or a channel member or leave a super chat or a super thanks, now is a perfect time to do that. Every little bit helps. And yeah, this has been really super fun. We're gonna have to do this again. So my plan, I'm gonna be honest with you. So I had my surgery 2 weeks ago, right? And I am going to be out of work and healing and everything for about the next 3-ish weeks. So I'm planning to stream in that time. It's actually probably closer to 2 weeks at this point, but I am planning to stream during that time. And then we're probably going to have a little bit more streams than usual. And then once I get back to work, it'll be a little bit more like on a weekly basis if I can swing it. So on Saturday is when I am planning on streaming next. I am planning on going over the Taylor Lorenz drama, planning on talking about a couple of things, talking about Gavin Newsom. You know, we're gonna have some like, it's gonna be a more classic stream. And then we're going to play Metal Gear Solid Delta. I haven't really decided yet what I'm doing for the next couple of streams, but there will be at least 3 other streams before the end of that like period when I will be going back to work, while I'm like still healing. Obviously I need to like take it a little easy. I need to make sure that I'm like doing all right. Obviously like sitting for 5 hours is still kind of hard. Welcome the Frogman. Good to see you. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry to say the stream is about to wrap up. But it is good to see that you appeared. Always glad to have everyone here. But yeah, thank you all for being here. This has been really fun. I'm really glad that I've been able to have the opportunity to get back into streaming. I've really been having a good time getting back into it. And yeah. So like I said, last call for donations, last call for subscriptions and all of that. Otherwise, I will see you guys later